Hello, I'm WandrinDutch. Yes. Welcome all. Yeah, I'll be, if you hear me talking at all throughout this to multiple people that aren't in this show, it's because I'm also streaming on a different channel. So, yeah, pleasure to be here. I thought I'd jump in and do a couple of live reactions at the same time. So why not? Here we go.
Come on.
Ooh. Open with gears. Let's see it. A lot of 18s.
Right.
No, I didn't forget his name. I was waiting for him to say his own name. It's Disneyland.
That's not gears. It's a Clockwork game, right?
Yeah, this
Clockwork
looks
Revolution? Or is this Outer Worlds 2?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is Outer
You
Worlds
think
2.
I'd care that the colony is in disarray? We didn't come
Yeah, this
to
is definitely
Arcadia to
Outer
get
Worlds 2.
bogged down in pointless warfare. We came
Yep.
to spread freedom and liberate resources for
It looks
profit.
nice.
But this pesky
Hello, Mariam.
directorate agent is mucking things up.
Do you think he's coming out
They're
this year or
not
next year?
alone in doing so.
It's Outer
And
Worlds
they
2 this year.
think They can just choose how things play
Really?
out.
Nice.
They could stop
I really
us
enjoyed
from
the first
stealing
one,
the
so
Protectorate's
hopefully it's
brainwashing
good too.
technology, which we need to
Yeah,
improve
so
our
did I.
market share.
It's like playing another
What if this
Fallout,
stranger
but with a
aligned
lot
with
more
the
in
order
it.
and that world computer of theirs? That could be the key to closing the rifts that threaten the colonies. So, you see why this menace must be wiped from the face of existence. Or, better yet, brought to our side
it's giving
through
me
the
like
power
Bioshock
of
kills as well.
capitalism. Now, let's get out there and buy our way to victory!
I'm yearning and yearning for you. My heart and red and blue. Every last bit of my way, every last bit that I'm paid, every last bit that I save is intended for you. The cost may be high. One day, I know you'll be mine. Someday, perhaps I'll own two. For now, I'll take one that's brand new. 'Cause I'm yearning and burning for you.
There we go. October 29th.
An adventure made for capitalism by capitalism. Inflate our impressions and
Get used-
egos by staying tuned
You get used
after
to
the
all of the
showcase.
PlayStation and Nintendo logos and things on there?
I didn't see them. Were they there on there?
Yep. Ooh.
World premiere.
Babe, what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I've just been so depressed lately.
You know, it would fix everything. Humanzapro.
Oh! High on life too. High on life.
Yeah, humans are barely sentient. Scientists have done studies, and their brains are like half the size of ours.
Yep, I'm like too. This winter. And on Game Pass. Nice. So bottom left for the Game Pass logo now.
World premiere.
In engine. That looks like Star Wars.
It's Star Wars.
It looked like it. I could be wrong. Oh, I think that's wrong. Oh, is this Arc 2?
No, this ain't.
This is Arc 2, isn't it?
It's definitely not.
Ah, no, I've seen the trailer on Twitter before. It's the what's the name of that French game again with all the rats?
Oh, it's the Plague Tale Legacy.
Plague Tale, yeah, this is the new Plague Tale.
Another Plague Tale?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday.
They put up a smaller clip yesterday, didn't they?
Rocks and stuff.
Yeah. Like gladiator type stuff.
Yeah.
Why does this look like a little bit more Assassin's Creed?
Movement, yeah.
Yes, I need this in my life.
2026, Game Pass.
And Game Pass. Wow. Game Pass is literally. They've all been in Game Pass, haven't they? So far, yeah. Every single one. Is this a game that we've been waiting for, or is this going to be, oh, no way. Launch in VR. Friendly fans. No, I know what this is.
It's the Rogue Ally. Oh no. Yes, yeah.
The Rogue Ally 2 thing.
It might be an Xbox.
Yeah, this is the Rogue Ally Xbox version. Yeah.
Oh, my missus is
Oh, it's not cloud. Download natively. Stream from the cloud. Or you can do both. It's running their own OS now. The one that they've been working on. That looks good. That actually looks good. Red to XP. Holiday 25.
But it's
Oh,
different
two versions.
So one's going to be a little bit more expensive. Is the battery
At
gonna be
Xbox,
better?
we strive to put the player first. And that's what you've seen from us over the years. We've led the industry with backward compatibility. We championed crossplay and cross-progression. We deliver Game Pass, first on console, then on PC, and with cloud gaming. So what's next? How can we give you even more freedom, more choice, more ways to play? Our next step is to unify your gaming no matter where you buy or play. So we're building an Xbox experience designed for players, not locked to a single store or tied to one device. The Xbox Ally is an Xbox you can hold in your hands, bringing together the power of Xbox and the freedom of Windows. On this Xbox, you can play games across your entire library, including all the Windows PC game stores, from Xbox and Battle.net to Steam, GOG, and Ubisoft Connect. And the highly anticipated Hollow Knight Silksong will be available at launch and in Game Pass when the Ally releases later this year. In fact, every new game you see in today's show will be playable on the Xbox Ally. We have always wanted you to have the unique experience of Xbox on any screen. That's why we're investing in Xbox Play Anywhere. Whether you're playing on console, PC, smart TV, or any Windows handheld like the new Xbox Ally, the Xbox experience roams with you. Your library, progression, friends, and achievements. There are over 1,000 Xbox Play Anywhere games on Xbox today. And every new game you see in today's show, from our partners and our studios, is Xbox Play Anywhere. And because it's Xbox, you can always have access to Game Pass with a diverse lineup of games from the biggest franchises to critically acclaimed indie hits. This is the freedom we believe players should have. Any game, anywhere. And we are giving it our all every day to make this vision real. But it all comes back to the games. From Dead to Rights on the original Xbox to Armored Core 6, our relationship with Bandai Namco Entertainment has stood the test of time. We both believe in bringing amazing experiences to players around the world, and their next game does exactly that. From Rebel Wolves Studio, this is a story-rich action RPG steeped in dark fantasy that I can't wait for you to explore. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Monsters have always been here, watching from the shadows. And when we were at our weakest, they came out into the light. We feared for our lives, but we should have feared for our souls instead. The vampires didn't come to kill us. No, they came to rule. To turn us into mindless, docile cattle. Not me, though. They tried to change me into one of them. But I became something else instead. Their worst nightmare. Trapped between the two worlds. Fighting to even the score. Fighting to understand the evil behind it all. He is out there watching, seeping into you, growing.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, world premiere.
World premiere.
What's next? Super Meat Boy? Yeah. I'm up for that. Yes, please. That is the definite next evolution of Super Meat Boy.
Super Meat Boy 3D!
And it's Game Pass.
I like that one. Let's
Oh, Xbox Game Studios. Here we go. It's not a world premiere, so it's an update. Koitek more.
Watch your back, Yakumo. You're a wanted
Big item
criminal
4
now.
again. Yep.
I'll kill the Dark Dragon myself. It's my mission. My duty as a Raven Ninja.
Breaking the Dark Dragon free has its consequences.
Really good. Nope.
This is it.
Sayori.
Ryu, there's something I need your help with.
The Dark Dragon is mine.
Release date? October 21st, there we go. Bosh. I'll take that. That's 2 in October now. Outer Worlds and India DLC.
Here we go.
Good luck, Indy.
What are you doing, Jones? Are you crazy?
Yeah, here we go. Unless oh,
This is where it
this
starts.
is just DLC, not a whole new game already.
Beneath the streets of Rome. Enter the city of Antioch. Find a secret relic. Bring it back to the Holy See. Defend the secret. They worshipped the giants.
The Order of the Giants. September 4th.
I'm all in. I thought it was fun. It's not a.
I need to finish it. I need to finish it.
World premiere.
Oh. Oh.
はるか昔この国に輪廻の獣が現れた輪廻の獣は汚れを吐きあらゆる生物を蝕んだ
Game Freak. Pokemon. Well, there's a difference for them. Game Freak showing what they can do without Nintendo's horsepower.
4026年人類は滅亡を待つのみ
Beast of Reincarnation.
封じ後エマお前こそが輪廻の獣を滅ぼす刃となる
That's the name, and it's coming to Game Pass. Xbox Game Studios.
The glittering streets of Avalon sure do shine.
Yes! Eventually get to see an
Because they their
update.
filth down to us.
No, it's Clockwork Revolution. Please say this is releasing this year.
Here's
Now
to
this,
playing in
if
the
you
mud.
wanted to buy your shop, is exactly what you want.
Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
You will be paying me back until you fucking rust.
It ain't for the spineless.
Keep your filthy pickers off me!
And it sure as shite ain't for the decent.
That's a clean sweep for one.
There has been a crime! Justice itself has been affronted! I have been burgled!
Lord Griswick. Yes, I got that part. Do you know anyone who might wish you ill? We can't arrest and question everyone. Let's see if we can narrow the suspects down a bit. They were, trust your instincts, sir. Tall? Yes, sir.
Built rather slim, well, muscular.
Mm-hmm.
Was very quick, agile.
Go on.
With a mustache. No,
Yeah.
Roger!
I see.
Oh, that's some
Quite
funky
fashionable.
mustaches.
That's the fiend who robbed me!
They got my good side this time. Breaking in is the easy part.
Your brandy, sir.
Getting away with it is the real trick.
These candlesticks ain't gold. Worthless and dull, just like you. Nah, I have a customer.
Yes.
How can I help you?
I'd rather talk to you, Errol. Sounds like I'll
No,
get
it's
a
a
better
brand new
deal.
IP.
You talk to me first, and him never. Got it?
Uncle's a bit touchy, ain't he, Errol?
Clockwork Revolution.
I say I'm touchy! There. Anything else you'd care to say to
It's a
Errol?
time-traveling game.
Brains. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Round here, it's all sharp edges, empty pockets, and blood on the cobbles. Goodbye, Silas.
No, no! I'll hurt you, you fucking meatsack! I'll leave you with a pissing bed of peaches!
You'd either got a gang at your back, or a knife in it.
We're family here. Family takes care of its own.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
Them's in charge. They don't keep order. They keep power.
Take this thing into the crucible and melt it.
They just want us beaten, broken, and too scared to fight back.
I don't want to kill him!
That's why it pays to be clever and well-armed. Let's go and end a few arguments. Don't get cocky. They've got a weapon far worse.
Let's fast forward time.
And if they can rewrite history, they can rewrite us. But Look who just found Mummy's keys. Now I can fiddle with time. Put the bullet back in the barrel.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bring the
if it was,
chaos to a
I would not be surprised if it was
Take a
soon.
mistake and make it like it never happened. We can change the world as we know it. One choice at a time. And I can even go back and change the past to change
August or
the future.
September.
And let me tell you, the hunters don't like it when the rabbits got the gun.
Oh, yes. Oh. Come on. Come on. What's the date?
Now let
Coming
me
to-
alone and
Oh.
piss off.
Ah, god damn it.
Our creative teams are dedicated to bringing players award-winning, record-breaking, critically acclaimed games. Call of Duty, Black Ops 6 from Activision, Doom, The Dark Ages from Bethesda, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred from Blizzard, and Avowed from Xbox Game Studios. All of our teams across Xbox First Party are shipping their most played games ever, and they're also delivering more content than ever before. From original single-player experiences to vast online worlds, our teams are empowered to build the games they've always dreamed of. We want our players to have the choice and flexibility of where and how they play the games our teams make. So of course, our games will be available day one in Game Pass, and every new game we make for both Xbox consoles and PC will be Xbox Play Anywhere. On behalf of our creative teams, thank you. These experiences don't stop when you put down the controller. As you've seen in recent years, more and more of our characters, stories, and worlds are expanding to brand new audiences through TV and film. A Minecraft movie and the Fallout TV series broke records and brought
Slightly good,
millions
we
of
still don't
players
have a,
into the game. We have more
release date
projects in the
for
works
Clockwork. That's
as
the second
gaming
time we've seen it
continues
now.
to influence film and television like never before. When it comes to growing new franchises, Obsidian is having a year like no other. From launching a blockbuster new game like Avowed to the upcoming release of The Outer Worlds 2 this October. Obsidian is always delivering great games, and they have a third game launching this year. You'll get to go deeper on it in our Direct, but until then, let's take a look.
World premiere.
World premiere.
Oh. Oh.
I told you, you can't run from me, you foul beast! With new flexible legs, the yoke girth action figure can ride anything!
Breaking news. There's been an explosion at Brook Hollow Park. Chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4
Grounded too.
teenagers were miniaturized against their
Grounded too.
will and left to fight for their survival in the backyard of a deranged scientist.
Grounded
Formerly
Part 1.
evil company Ominent Practical Technologies was set to dedicate a statue of the 4 teenagers, fast food science robot Burgle, and Dr. Tully when an explosion erupted. Dr. Tully and the teenagers' current whereabouts are also unknown.
Unless it's nothing to do with Grounded, and that was just a little teaser on the TV, hinting towards Grounded. But I think it's Grounded too.
You gotta keep them separated.
Unless it's a big expansion to it. Oh! Oh, it's much bigger. Yep. July 29th. Oh, that's close.
Wow. A great game preview. That's clever.
Hello, Cookie.
Predecessor ND3500 reached. Accessing predecessor's travel log. Attempting data salvage.
I have encountered an unprecedented orphan. It was in a state of suppressed recomposition.
The behavior pattern of the orphans populating the area is highly unusual. They become exceptionally aggressive.
It is highly recommended to proceed with caution.
They seem to act more consistently, in coordination.
Destroying the nest is now a priority.
Such is our calling. Such is our calling.
No, no way.
Everything's Xbox Play anyway, though, which is good.
I'm pre-ordering.
Bethesda presents. Well, we've still got an hour and a half to go. Avowed DLC. Next.
World premiere.
Just click live. There you go.
Mayday! Mayday! Code 1 to mission control, we're falling!
It wasn't a good game.
Thomas, the ship's breaking apart! There's no time! Evacuate! Now!
Yes, you are.
Thomas, come in!
Ariane, you sacrificed everything for a new
Now you're
world,
pretty much in time.
to save mankind. And I'll always love you for that.
Perfect soundtrack. This is kind of like a Lost in Space kind of adventure.
Thomas, wherever you are,
Aphelion.
I'll find you.
Oh man, I was thinking of somebody for that, but oh well. Oh yes.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wow, it's even a collaboration with the
European Space Agency. I'm done Game Pass. Nice. Beautiful.
World premiere.
Welcome to England, Mr. David. I know this must be a shock, having never met your real father, but he left you this hotel in his will. It's been in your family for generations. Much like the caretaker. He's a little eccentric. You'll see.
Let me welcome you to the Grand, a hotel famous across the land. Every room used to be in such high demand. Your wish I'll command here at the Grand.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to do some renovations. Would you like some help with that?
What?
So, my father was renovating the hotel when he disappeared?
Not just the hotel. He was helping the entire village. You have his power tools. You know, you could pick up where he left off. You seem like a good man, like he was.
I'm in. They don't suspect a thing.
Just make sure the locals don't get wind of what you're really up to. Because if they find out, they will Wicker Man your ass.
You keep looking into things, and things are gonna start looking bad. Don't make the same mistake your father made. In this place, the only one you can really trust is me.
Was that like a throwback to like Alice in Wonderland? The Cheshire Cat. Yeah. Miss Ghostbusters. Okie dokie. That's Xbox only.
I like that.
Xbox Game Studios presents.
There are as many gods in the
is
world
it not
as
an
there
Aura
are
expansion?
stars in the heavens, and when we need their help, they send us a hero. Who would have guessed
Age of
the
Empires
defender
expansion?
of my homeland
Either Aura or Age.
could be my daughter?
She unlocked the heavenly spear, but is she worthy?
Might be Age of Mythology. Yeah, Age of Mythology. Yeah.
You can't rule if the heavenly spear is mine.
do you think this could be that horror game that Hideo Kojima?
주권 국가의 자주적 결정을 누가 허락하는가?
So I know that he's with Phil right now.
만약 이 결정이 패권 국가의 특정 정치 집단의 이익을 저해한다면 당신의 특정 행동이 대중의 의사결정에 영향을 미칠 수 있으며 반대로 누군가는 당신의 의사결정에 영향을 주려 한다는 것을 인지할 때 자신만의 온전한 입장을 세울 수 있지 않을까? 당신의 입장은 온전한 본인의 판단인가? 그렇게 믿고 있거나 믿고 싶을 뿐.
Nope.
당신은 무엇 때문에 분노하는가? 당신의 분노는 스스로 결정한 것인가? 누군가 당신의 분노를 이용한다.
Interesting. World War Z
지정태. 지정태.
Okay.
I like it. Not Game Pass. Not that one.
New down to 2 parts.
We might have co-op. We only saw the
World premiere.
on the 4.
Nice.
This looks good.
Oh.
E ora Olaiem loite fativi.
Really nice. Yeah. You've 100%. Well done, Stubbs.
Te maite mama. Muite unanite waeora.
Definite sequel.
Dia
Great game as well.
novo tua libemo iwa lotaname. Ona utalima di efema. Te onami. Toma tua calio terali.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved the first one. Yes, and this is Planet of Lana too. Yeah.
What did the cat say at the start? And the little kid. That's what I recognised it. My brain works. Yes. It's the
Yes.
children of the leaf.
Nice. When are we getting it? When are we getting it? 26.
Game Pass as well.
And Nintendo Switch.
Nintendo Switch title.
Agree, Plucky. Bethesda presents Fallout 76. There we go. Right, okay. So, anyway, lads.
Well, hello there. Beautiful day to relax by the old fishing hole, wouldn't you say?
When it comes to fishing, Appalachia is a land
Oh yeah,
of
it's
swim
got like
with
tens
opportunity.
of millions of players.
Yes, you'll find fish of all flavors in every
This and
walk
Elder
of
Scrolls
waterway,
both have tens of
from its
millions of
mightiest
players.
of rivers to its humblest of ponds. Just step up to the bank, cast your line, and when your bobber starts bobbing, reel in the rewards.
And it's fishing, so Jez is going to be on this.
What do you got on there, Jed? Worms.
Yeah.
And how are they biting today?
See for yourself.
Bagging the big fish starts with finding the right tools for the job. There are as many unique combinations of rods, reels, bobbers, and baits as there are fish in the sea. And when you've caught your fill, pop over to the local tackle shop to swap fish tails. Can you smell that? No matter what troubles plague the future wastelands of Appalachia, you can always find comfort in cozy little joys like this. You just gotta know where to look. Vault Life is your ticket to easy living. Design and build your own little slice of paradise. A place to show off all the bits and bobs you collect in your travels. Got a green thumb? Plant your own peaceful vegetable garden. And nothing warms the heart like a neighborhood cookout. Ah, community makes a wasteland a waste home. Join today, and tomorrow you'll be kicking back and sharing a meal with friends in beautiful Appalachia.
Uh-huh. World premiere.
World premiere.
Fanto, you've missed quite a bit, to be fair. Solo leveling a rise.
World premiere.
Palworld's Terraria expansion. Palworld's Terraria expansion. No, I think it's a different game. Yeah, I've seen that. I did, Fanto, and yes, I am.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I just want to say thanks to everyone for all the love and support we've seen since we announced Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 a few months ago. These games have changed my life, but more than that, I've seen them help spread a love and appreciation for skating all over the world, and that means everything to me and the team. I can't wait for you all to experience the game. It's been rebuilt with so much care and attention to detail, with some brand new parks, new music, new skaters, and more. And you can enjoy it all with your friends with up to 8 players in multiplayer. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 officially drops July 11th, and we have a lot more surprises to come. Check out the launch trailer now.
About 35 minutes, maybe a little more than that left on the normal games, and then I'll be able to get it direction. Yep. Yep. Watch it, mate! It's straight on the Game Pass. There's Bam. Bam Miles Rails back. Doom guy. Everywhere.
World premiere.
Vomited a sword out of her throat. Game Pass. I mean, we'll all... It's a free upgrade, so I'm gonna play it. Oh no, it's Gears 1, full Gears 1 remade again.
Look who decided to show up.
Yeah, I mean players gonna get noob tubed all the time. Yep.
You think you can still find your way back home, Phoenix?
Looks like they upgraded. That was your baby. Let's do this. This is gonna be awesome. Form up!
August 26th on everything.
World premiere. World premiere.
Very beautiful. Yeah. This is Doki Doki Literature Club 2.
Oh, Gaz will be creaming in his pants for that. I'm glad that was a short trailer. I'm so glad that was short. Xbox Game Studios, come on then.
The Smugglers League is
Sea of Thieves.
always there. But you won't see us. You won't hear us. And the only way you'd ever know it is if that's what we wanted. As smugglers, we deal in the goods others are afraid to handle. Guns, explosives.
And don't forget the rum.
It's a life of danger like no
Surprised I
other.
haven't done Sea of Thieves 2 yet.
So I guess my question is, can you handle that?
Can you roll?
Getting your hands on gold is one thing, but you should know that this is what we're really after. The bigger the boom, the better. Smugglers need to be adaptable. It's more than moving under moonlight and shadows. You should be ready to take advantage of others' misfortune. Stealing, of course, is always an option. Just do whatever it takes to get the job done. You are pirates, after all.
Welcome, my friends, to the Smugglers League. You're paying for that.
August 25.
I played it at the beginning, but now it's like.
Lucky's a happy man. I know you are. Sea of Thieves is your life.
World premiere.
Come on, then, what we got?
This is ridiculous. Please, come on.
Had enough yet?
No, Dad, not even close.
hoped you'd understand why I had to do this. Accept our rule or die.
I'd like to propose a third option.
Yes, yeah, but I have a feeling it is.
I'm not your son anymore. I'm the guy who's going to throw you off this planet for good. I trusted you!
Ah, well.
Ready to bleed? This is over. All right, coming through.
Let's do this! Gotcha!
Going up. Need a hand? Might want to look up.
I'm up. Yeah, how you like this? It's an army.
I am ending you. I see it all now.
Well, it's not getting closer.
Well, good, because I'm not going to be good.
Fighting games ain't really my
The
thing.
wait is almost over. For what? Square Enix? Oh! Oh! Yes! Fucking eventually! 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 I mean, I've got it on everything you can buy it for. Also,
I'm here to even the
Final
odds.
Fantasy 16.
Any objections?
Yes!
Know your place.
Also getting this.
There's no one to save you now.
Double triple vision on this.
The flames are around, and the blood has won.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. But she may yet be saved.
Double triple vision on these. Available today? What? What? Final Fantasy 16 available right now. I'll take it.
World premiere.
No. Ooh, double fine. Come on, let's see what you're working on. What on earth? Oh, that's different. Lighthouse for the pet bird dragon? Well, this is very different. The Keeper. 2027. Oh, what? Sorry, October 15th, 17th? 25?
Games like Psychonauts 2 showed how Double Fine excels at creating unique and innovative experiences, and Keeper is no exception. Looking ahead, next year marks 25 years of Xbox. It's a big milestone for the platform and franchises that you helped build and make popular. We couldn't have done this without everyone who's been with us on this journey. As we think about bringing a new generation of players to these iconic franchises, I'm excited to share that players will get to celebrate 25 years of Xbox with a new Fable, the next Forza, Gears of War E-Day, and the return of a classic that's been with us since the beginning. Today, you've seen an incredible range of games from creators across the globe. Creators like In Exile, reaching for new heights with Clockwork Revolution. Sluggerfly, making Team Meat's modern classic platformer into 3D. Square Enix, bringing more of the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy franchise to our players. And Team Ninja, returning to the beloved series they debuted on Xbox. You've also seen the next Xbox hardware release, our Xbox Ally handheld, which lets you bring your Xbox experience and your library with you anywhere. I hope you enjoyed the breadth and depth of the games, updates, and experiences that are coming to Xbox from our partners and our own creative teams. We're seeing more players on our platform and in our games than ever, thanks to all of you. We're proud of the creativity that Obsidian is delivering this year. Immediately after Showcase, our Direct begins, where you'll go inside the studio for an extended look at the Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2.
Because it's only an hour and 10 minutes.
Thanks for joining us today. But before we get into the Direct, we have a final world premiere.
Go on then.
Enjoy.
Was it Forza?
World premiere.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's a good show. Oh, is it?
Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me. You already know us as a global tech leader. Our software, our systems, combined with our skilled team, is designed to save lives. Your years of service have shown you the importance of our work. Here, you'll witness the global scope of that mission in action. Let me introduce you to our esteemed visionary.
For too long, we have been bound by outdated systems, accepting limitations instead of redefining them. The Guild is safeguarding tomorrow, now. We are pioneering the future of protection worldwide.
Might not be any of them.
Our advancements are designed to elevate everyday life, reshaping the future of technology on a global scale. I'm Emma Kagan, CEO of the Guild.
Is this Inception?
Fear is a powerful thing. David,
basin.
Menendez.
Black Ops 7. Yeah. It's a good show. Not as good as last time.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment. We here at the studio have joked around that this has been the year of Obsidian, with Avowed releasing early this year and now ending the year with 2 more games. And what better way to cap this incredible year for us than by doing what our studio does best, sequels.
That's where I come in. You can get out of here, Fergus. Thank you so much. No, you're doing great. You nailed it. The sequel is the lifeblood of every great franchise. Think about it. The original creates the world and builds fandom, but the sequel, that's what makes it worth remembering. No sequel, no hoverboard. No sequel, no dual SMGs. No sequel, no raccoon tail. No sequel, no Zune 2. Which doesn't really exist, but I wish it had.
There was a Zune 2.
There was a Zune 2. I'm Mark, the head of sequels here at Obsidian, and I have sequelized everything. Blockbuster movies to AAA video games to my first marriage, so trust me, I know what I'm doing. Come along on this journey with me. Part 2.
Let the killing commence.
Just for your information, we get the whole reloaded multiplayer beta. We won't have to start this Friday.
The Outer Worlds 2 is a sequel to The Outer Worlds 1. It's a continuation of the themes of robber barons in space and how people are controlled by the stories they're told by the people who have power over them. This time we're able to go a lot deeper because we have more time and money, which is a great thing, and we're able to make it a much more true Obsidian reactive RPG than we were the first time around. So we're going deeper and more complex with everything for this sequel. Deeper story, lore, RPG interactions, reactivity, all the things we've been known for as a company. It's really a complete realization of everything people want from an Obsidian game. Surprisingly, this is the first time in over 25 years that I've had the chance to do a full sequel for a world that I helped co-create. It's really just a fantastic opportunity to explore and expand the universe in interesting ways, and to go even further with the themes of how people are affected by living in a dystopian corporate reality.
You can shoot your way through it, you can talk your way through it, you can sneak your way through it. And so no matter what kind of play style that you like, this is just an awesome franchise and an awesome game to jump into, even if it's your first one.
The first Outer Worlds was a great base to start from, as it has all the elements of a great Obsidian RPG. Interesting characters, deep worlds, important choices. In the Outer Worlds 2, not only did we want to double down on those elements, but we wanted to give players even more of it.
We've also put a lot of investment into skills and traits that impact things like combat, conversations, and areas that we call RPG interactions, which are the part of the world where players can use their specific skills, perks, and backgrounds to solve problems in unique ways in our new, bigger worlds.
I love a deep RPG experience, and building out that RPG crunchiness for our players was at the forefront of what we set out to create. We prioritize those deeper RPG options with different character builds and combos so players can express their role-playing power fantasies. We also have different equipment options for different playstyles and different companions with different abilities.
welcome. Thanks for having us.
In the first Outer Worlds, you start off as the Stranger, which was basically a blank slate to build on top of with various attribute points that would begin to define your personal experience in the game. You can make any kind of character you want, but we've given you a role. That role is an Earth Directorate agent. You can think of them as kind of like space cowboys or space sky marshals. They're the good guys that go into places and kind of fix everything that's wrong. You're gonna be one of those. But we don't tell you why you joined the Earth Directorate. There could have been a lot of different reasons, right? It could have been because you're an actual lawbringer and you want to go in there and spread law throughout the galaxy. It could be that you're a roustabout and you just had nothing better to do. After you pick your background, one of the really important choices you have next is choosing your traits. While we had attributes in the first Outer Worlds, we've leaned into traits for the Outer Worlds too, which are these big changes to your character depending on which ones you pick. So it could be something like Brilliant, where you can tag extra skills and you start getting extra skill points. And that's obviously really great if that's how you want to build your character. You can also go and do something like Lucky, where you get extra critical chance, and you also get a lot of really cool options throughout the game as well. Of course, we brought back Dumb, so players love the Dumb option.
Tell me, do you believe in signs? Not quite what I meant, but I like your contempt for boundaries. I could put your adventure spirit to good use.
You get like lots of really cool, fun conversation options in the game, but we took that even further. And again, there's lots of elements in the game where you can be dumb and use that for something. Could be something as simple as banging on a machine to get it to work. After you've invested in some of your traits, your next choices are going to be choosing your skills. The skills themselves basically allow you to build on your playstyle and what your character is doing in the game. That will be everything from playing stealthily to speccing for an explosive specialty.
Personally thought that was pretty weak. There's some great games that we've already seen.
Throughout your entire journey, your character continues to change with the different choices you make. In the Outer Worlds 1, actually had more skills than we have, so we condensed them down to really the core and essence of what we really wanted there. But we made each point that you put into a skill much more impactful. So instead of getting small percentage changes, we actually did much larger changes per point that you put into each skill. And again, all these things, because of how they're checked inside the world itself, can matter quite a bit. You know, just even having one additional skill point in something can open up a lot more options in the world itself. If anybody's played Fallout New Vegas, they'll be very familiar with like the perk system. We basically borrowed that, but went even grander. We actually have more perks than Fallout New Vegas did. But here's the cool thing, right? We check and use perks for literally everything, right? So you can do everything from, hey, I want to make a stealthy build that steals stuff and is really good at that. Okay, great. Well, you can take maybe the pickpocketing perk. So that's not available to everybody, but if you select that, now you can actually go around and steal things out of people's pockets. There's another perk called heavy-handed, right? Where say you're a melee person, what this does is now your power attacks that you use actually knock people down.
Oh man, I really like the serial killer perk. As you start killing people, they will drop hearts. And you can take those hearts, and essentially you're taking these trophies, you could say, and it's actually giving you a permanent health bonus every time you do it. We have this perk called Assassin. Now, this is an early game perk that you can take, which every time you stealth attack an enemy, you're actually going to get a movement bonus for a certain amount of time.
Flaws were a system that everybody loved from the first game, but we wanted to make it more personal to the player. We wanted it to really reflect how you were playing the game and give you a bonus that you actually wanted to really engage with.
With the flaw system returning, we knew we needed to go bigger, better, and more real than ever before. So, we turned to the team. And I told them, no bad ideas. Give me what you got. Okay, we need more flaws. We need them to be real. I want to put them in the game, so give me something. Inspiration. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I have bad knees.
You got bad knees? They hurt when you walk a lot?
Yes.
When you walk too much, they hurt?
No cartilage.
Sounds boring. Makes you sound like a boring person, but it's in the game.
I know it.
It's a good flaw. What about you?
I like to take small things sometimes.
So you're stealing?
No, I'm taking.
When do you give them back?
I don't.
Claire. You shouldn't be stealing. What are you doing? You shouldn't be stealing, Claire.
Tiny crimes.
Tiny crimes? Do you hear the second part, though? It's a crime.
Well,
You're stealing. Claire, that's wrong. You can't steal things, okay? But it's an amazing flaw, and I'm putting it in the game. But you're a bad person. And are you the one that took my stapler?
do you need it?
Yeah. Give it back.
Okay.
Please. You, what do we got? Flaw.
I like to stare at the sun.
How long did you stare at the sun?
Just lunch break.
An hour?
Oh, I only get 30. You guys get an hour?
I get an hour.
Oh. Makes me feel energized.
How many fingers am I holding up?
3?
No. Anything else? We'll put it in the game. We'll put it in the game because I feel bad for you. Anything else?
One of my favorite flaws is something called bad knees. It will actually give you the option to take this flaw that'll make it so that you move faster throughout the game. But the problem is, anytime you stand up, your knees are going to make a loud popping noise that makes it so that, well, everyone around you is going to hear you.
There's one called Kleptomaniac. This is really interesting because what it does is when you steal something, you can actually sell it for more bits than normal. And like that sounds really great. The drawback is sometimes when you're looking at things in the world that are owned by somebody else, you'll automatically steal them. So you have to be very careful about how you use them.
One of our more wacky perks is the Sun Gazer Flaw, and it just gives everyone cataracts while playing their game. So everything becomes like light shafts and blooms and hazes, and makes the game pretty unplayable if you happen to choose that perk.
If you happen to be the type of player that habitually reloads your weapons like I do, well, you'll be offered the flaw of over-prepared. Now, you'll get larger magazine sizes on all of your weapons, but if you ever fully empty your magazine, you're gonna take a debuff for a while. While we support options like being a gunslinger who wants to key into destructive weapons, or a rogue who wants to alpha strike their enemies before they know what hit them, we also allow for a lot of fun and experimental builds. You can be a mad scientist who utilizes gadgets and wacky science weapons and armors, or even a psychopath who gains permanent bonuses to health by murdering their friends.
Nothing shows the impact of these character build options better than, in my opinion, the bridge area, which has a quest you get early on in Paradise Island. Not only do you kind of encounter this very early, and it's a very core one to the story, but it really expresses our philosophy of allowing the player to solve problems in a bunch of ways. So you may solve it by, speech options. You may talk to them and maybe have to go do a quest for them and really kind of prove that you're a friend of the Protectorate to get by.
I may have need of your help, stranger. If you are ready to seize an opportunity to show fealty to the Protectorate.
I'm gonna have to be honest, I don't think...
You could go guns blazing and you could just take everyone out inside the POI, lower the bridge itself, and kind of get across.
I've been going for 1 hour 26, currently a 2-hour showcase. I don't think we need to do this in depth throughout Worlds, though.
You could sneak in, lower the bridge, and then actually sneak in under the bridge to get over to the other side. You can bypass the bridge entirely if you found like certain gadgets, like the shield gadget that protects you from poison gas as you go across, or the double jump boots, which kind of allow you to jump across the chasm and get across that way. There's even a really kind of messed up way, right? Which is players can actually sacrifice one of their companions. Their companion who they just found is part of.
We're no different than the Vries if we start tossing our own to the rats. I sure as law ain't gonna follow someone who can't see the wrong in it.
I must admit, I'm surprised we could come to an understanding. But I thank you for your loyalty, stranger. As promised, you shall have clearance to cross this bridge.
It's such a fun quest, but again, it really showcases that we want you to be able to solve this in whatever way you want to. When you build your character your way, we're there for you. We really want you to have the experience that you want to have out of this.
From the very beginning of our discussions about the Outer Worlds, we really knew we wanted every game to take place in a different colony. This lets us expand on all aspects of the universe. Every colony can be its own thing with its own flavor, and we can center them around anything we want, any ideas or setting we're interested in. Arcadia is an isolated colony with abundant resources, and it's run by an authoritarian faction called the Protectorate. Their dictatorship is thematically based around the question of how much freedom people will give up for security and luxury. For Protectorate subjects, unfortunately, that answer is everything. The Protectorate is also incredibly wealthy because it was founded by the inventor of the skip drives, which are the outer world's faster-than-light engines. But those skip drives are starting to cause rifts in space-time, which are cutting off all the other colonies on Earth from being able to trade with each other. The Order of the Ascendant is an offshoot of the Order of Scientific Inquiry from the original game, and like them are a science-based religion with the same goal of solving the universal equation, which will allow them to predict and alter the future to the benefit of all mankind. They used to be part of the Protectorate, but they split off to focus on solving the equation for the good of everyone, not as a way to simply control the masses. The player's been sent to Arcadia as an Earth Directorate agent to find out how the skip drives are causing the rifts and what can be done to stop them. Each of the factions have their own solutions to the rift problem and their own goals. The Protectorate wants to close them to protect their legacy as the inventor of the drives and their wealth. The Order wants to close them not only for the good of everyone, but also because they're complicating the math they're using to solve the universal equation. And Antes just wants to be able to open and close them at will to control all the trade routes between the colonies. In addition to expanding the themes and lore of the Outer Worlds, we're also expanding the humor, so each faction has its own flavor of absurdity. Anti's Choice is a merger between Anti-Cleo and Spacer's Choice from the original game, and there are corporate representatives in the Outer Worlds too. They've invaded Arcadia to liberate their resources for all of humanity, at a profit, of course.
One of my favorite things from Fallout New Vegas is the radio system. It was just iconic for me, and I wanted to make sure that the Outer Worlds 2 had that. So we actually built out 3 different radio stations, one for each of the major factions. You also have a ton of music. Each station might have, like, I think 20 tracks of unique music that we've made for it. It's a lot of stuff. But the really cool part about this entire thing is that we actually put a lot of reactivity into the radio. So it will respond to the things that are going on around the world that you've been interacting with. So if you go into a location, let's say you solve a problem for the Protectorate folks, if you listen to the Protectorate radio station, they're going to be cheering you on as a hero.
Wonderful news, everyone. The Zeranium gas leaks at the Automech repair facility, strongly believed to be caused by Anti's Choice malefactors, have been corrected.
Some hotshot for hire just managed to fix the electrum leak in their repair facility. Now, I'm not saying we caused it in the first place, but we sure like the idea of all those broken automechanicals and all the excessive gasping and choking involved.
The factions and companions are great examples of how we're going deeper and more complex this time around. They're integrated into the game's storyline much more than we did on the first Outer Worlds, and like with everything else in the game, they have a lot more reactivity. There are 6 companions in the Outer Worlds too. As usual, each has their own quest lines, but this time they are also connected to a different faction and have character arcs that the player can affect through their choices. Your first companion is Niles. He's another Earth Directorate agent like you, and he's looking for your help to decide whether he wants to become an even better agent or to turn his back on the Earth Directorate completely. There's also a somewhat cute Automech support drone that is basically Niles' helper. Her name is Val. Marisol's part of the Order of the Ascendant, and she's an aging but still deadly assassin. That's right, she's a deadly mathematician who may or may not have some unfinished business to attend to with the player's help. There's also a cultist named Azza, who is part of a sub-faction that worships the rifts, and in her case, violence in general. You can choose to either turn her away from overt violence or support her chaotic and dangerous tendencies. Now, at one time, Anti's Choice had a program to graft soldiers with animal parts to make them more formidable. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work, and most of them are now dead. There's a combat medic who survived, however, named Inez, and she wants the player to help her fix her graft, among other things. Finally, there's Tristan. He's a Protectorate arbiter who is judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one heavily armored package. It is your choice to either help him judge wrongdoers or show him what true justice looks like.
We definitely have reactivity in the game based on how you've been treating your companions. I won't reveal the end of the game, but let's say if you have not been treating them well, you will find out at the end of the game what that means.
Companions are a very, very important part of merchandising, because that's the real beauty of the sequel. We're talking merch, baby. It is the lifeblood. It is what fuels us. Do you want to see some of my ideas? Hop, hop. Check this out. Gen Alpha loves body pillows, especially ones that look like human beings for some reason, right? Who needs a significant other when you could have a knife-wielding space psycho up in your sheets, huh? What do they do with them when they get them, huh? Maybe a little napping, maybe a little snuggling, maybe a little nut.
The visuals of the first Outer Worlds depicted a frontier colony in space. The Outer Worlds 2 is driven by an invasion of the Arcadia colony system by Auntie's Choice, which shifts the visuals to be more reminiscent of a World War I-like setting in space. That evolution is seen across all aspects of the game, starting with the factions. How do you militarize everything, including extreme capitalists or math-crazed scientists? In a World War I setting, war comes with propaganda. The Sovereign uses it to maintain control, Auntie's Choice uses it to help their bottom line, the Order just wants to show how it exists within the grand plan. We want players to feel like Arcadia is a living, breathing place scarred by a long-standing war. Fairfield, one of the first towns you encounter, was once under protectorate control, but has recently been taken over by Auntie's Choice. They don't just occupy the town, they rebrand it with their signature style, repainting buildings, posting guards, and adding propaganda-based holograms featuring Auntie and the Moon Man. Showing the towns evolving after the invasion helps us push immersion for our players. One of our priorities in visually realizing the world of the Outer Worlds 2 was making sure everything is clear and recognizable from the player standpoint. We want to make sure each faction has a particular look and design. So when the player is running across these vast, different environments and landscapes, they're recognizing the motifs and visuals of who they're talking to, what they're going to be talking about, and how that progresses throughout the story. The first Outer Worlds was really about the player interfacing with corporations. And while we have that in the Outer Worlds 2, we really want to express not just the corporations, but how the player interacts with other facets of the world, like government entities or religious structures. And then we elaborate on those.
With larger environments, we wanted to encourage exploration by improving player mobility across the board. Now you can run, slide, double jump, mantle, and parkour your way through all of the nooks and crannies of these worlds. It really allows the player to just explore and have fun finding really cool stuff.
We've aimed to make everything in the Outer Worlds 2 better from top to bottom. The RPG elements were the start, but that's touched our story, our art, and especially our gameplay. A good sequel is true to the original. That's first and foremost, right? Like, we all want to add in a bunch of things as you're making a sequel, right? We want to make it bigger and better in every way. That's what we were trying to do here. And I thought, we did not need this consultant. We've made enough sequels. We understand how to do this. And I will say, I don't think it's been entirely successful.
I am very proud of the combat improvements we have made in the Outer Worlds 2, thanks to my patented combat system. You may be thinking to yourself, it can't be that good. Shush, what are you even talking about? You haven't seen it yet. Watch this. Put a helmet on, because I'm about to blow all of your minds with my COMBAT system, combat system. My name is Mark, I'm the head of sequels. Shall we begin? You're thinking, what's C for? C, capitalize the fact that the people loved the first game. We're gonna take those people, we're gonna make them buy the sequel, giving out pounds, pounds, pounds. Quick ones, ha, ha, not you, Dev. Here we go. What comes after C? O, optimize for player satisfaction. I am terrified of online gamers, okay? I wanna make them happy, so let's, okay? All right, mobilize the players so they're ready for that sweet, sweet pre-order. Clap with me. Sweet, sweet. If you don't have rhythm, Brandon, just say it. Sweet, sweet pre-order. Everybody has a different rhythm, and it's blowing mine, and here we go. B, burglarize. What is this? It's basically just finding new ways to loot dead bodies. You know what I mean? Right, Otis? Okay, well, it's a big part of the game. A, you gotta agonize about how many people are gonna be angry that we have just put so much combat into this thing and almost no romance at all. We should look at ourselves. What is wrong with us, huh? We can't have one love story in this? How many people have been in love? Raise your hands. Raise your hand if you're in love. Okay, are you lying?
I have a wife.
Put your hand down. T, trois. In French, that means two, sequel.
I think that means 3.
Okay, you're getting ahead of yourself. Come on. We'll run 2. And how do we end it? Anything is possible. And we've established that we're the best there is, and there's no sequel better than us. And if I could just say one more thing, thank you very much. I know I've kind of changed the world of video games today.
For The Outer Worlds 2, we wanted to improve gunplay in every way. We focused on improving the feel of each weapon, the way a weapon snaps into ADS, the way recoil feels when firing, and how impactful our sound effects really sell the weapon's fantasy, to things like how a unique reload animation can add a lot of character to each weapon. We've increased the variety of weapons by including new weapon types, but also through a host of fun and unique weaponry. We have things like the Bourse Blaster that fires out tumors that can explode like grenades, or can even be eaten by the player for additional health. We have a weapon called Rookie's Reward that will actually level up the more you use it throughout the game. And every time it levels up, it's got fun fanfare where it's like shooting out confetti and it's got a fun little setup. We have a really fun weapon called the Pop-Up Gun. It fires out ad drones that will distract your enemies with corporate ads, slogans, and jingles. While your enemies are distracted, you can focus fire on them or explode these drones for additional damage. New to The Outer Worlds 2 are throwables. So you can use frag grenades to flush out enemies, smoke grenades to camouflage and escape, distraction devices to bait enemies into a stealth attack.
It was average. It missed a lot of first-party games. It missed a lot of updates on games where
And even science grenades that will levitate enemies, allowing you to fire upon them while they float helplessly. And of course, science weapons are back. We have returning favorites, like the Shrink Ray. This time it's been upgraded so you can shrink your enemy down to the size of a sprat and run over them, exploding them into bits.
The Shrink Ray, that was probably my favorite one from the first game, so we brought it into the second game, but we improved it though. So instead of shrinking your enemies for a short period of time and having them re-expand, this time they stay shrunk, and we actually added in the ability to step on them and kind of squish them and kick them, because we knew that that was the player fantasy. We knew that's what everybody wanted to do. They wanted to step on the enemies, they wanted to kick them, so we made sure to double down on that stuff.
In addition to things like our returning favorites, we also have some really fun and unique new science weapons. One of them is called the Armageddon. This one's really cool because it actually shoots out these masses that are like these little arms that will stick to people or cover or all kinds of different things, and they will continue to just hit them until they get destroyed. And we have another one that's just super cool called the Spectrum Dance Saber. This is a melee weapon that actually lets you attack to a musical beat. And if you continue to do that, you'll actually get additional bonuses each hit you do. One of my personal favorite weapons is called the Big Bang. It's just a big freaking gun that uses material harvested from rifts to shoot out a giant ball of energy, vaporizing everything in its path. Now, ammo's extremely rare for this weapon, but you can use it in just the right situation to devastating effects.
Like another great one is Gary. If you wear Gary, he will lash out at your opponents as you're walking through combat. So we even have science armors, and we've really kind of shown off what we thought was really great for the player from a science perspective.
We're all about letting people play the game their way. There are some players who prefer to be immersed in a first-person view, taking in all of the details. But there are others who really prefer to take the world in from a third-person perspective. Why not allow both? Well, now you can swap between the two, letting you enjoy the experience in whatever way you like. One of the things I really like about having the third-person mode is being able to see all of the fun and unique armors and armor combinations and weapons that you can equip your player with. All of the actions that you could do in first person, so you're double jumping around, you get to see your character in that way, and you get to take in the world and see things in a different light.
The Outer Worlds 2 is really the biggest game we've ever made. Bigger choices, more reactivity, more weapons, more things to find in each of the worlds the players can visit. The team has done incredible work bringing The Outer Worlds 2 to life, and we can't wait for you to play it.
Even though we've always been a multi-project studio, this is going to be the first time we've ever released 3 games in 1 year. It feels amazing to do. We're so excited for more people to be playing our games. It is truly an exciting time here at Obsidian. We're exploring worlds big and small while expanding on franchises that we've created, and we have no plans to slow down. We hope you all continue to come along with us as we do what we do best, make your worlds your way.
So that means what, the remaining 17 minutes is going to be Grounded 2?
With the Outer Worlds 2, we're all about the best place to play, which is also the promise of Xbox. You can play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox, but it may be hard to play it when you're staring at all these beautiful holes. Let's cut that. You can play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox. Oh yeah, now that's Microsoft. Or you can take a phone call on this Xbox, then play the Outer Worlds 2 right after. Excuse me, I'm getting a call. Hello? What am I doing? I'm playing the Outer Worlds. Hello? Yeah, this is Mark. I didn't know I had jury duty today. You could play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox, but it takes 2 people to lug around safely. We're gonna go up to my apartment, okay? And this is an Xbox you actually wear that also plays the Outer Worlds 2. What do you think, Claire?
This is amazing.
Are you playing?
I think so.
Fantastic. So now this is actually not an Xbox, so you cannot play the Outer Worlds 2 on it. Can't play anything on this. I guess Bread. You ever play Bread where you take it out of one slot, put it in the other? I don't have friends. If you pre-order the premium edition now, you'll get early access, which is like a prequel to the sequel, or is launch the sequel to the pre-order, or like, why are any of us alive at any time? It doesn't matter. Either way, my job here is done. It's time for the Grounded 2 portion of the Direct, which is sort of like the sequel to the Outer Worlds 2 portion of the Direct, which I absolutely just hit a home run with. You know, it's really nice to see my influence go on to other games. Take it away, team. And big exit.
We're so proud of Grounded. What started as a small passion project to make a quirky game where you're shrunk down to the size of an ant, trying to survive in a backyard, grew into something way bigger than we ever imagined. Over 25 million of you jumped in, explored, built, crafted, and fought off giant bugs together. Y'all helped make the entire experience very special to us. The team's been cooking up a ton for Grounded 2, and we're so excited to talk about it. I had to grease some palms to steal a bit of time from the Direct to give you a deeper look. There were so many possibilities and ideas that didn't make it into the first game, so with the sequel, we have the chance to dream bigger. To achieve those dreams, we partnered with the amazing folks at Eidos Montreal. Together, we're taking Grounded from the backyard to an even larger world, the Brook Hollow Community Park.
When we started working on Grounded 2, we knew that we wanted to make a bigger world. Fortunately for us, Eidos Montreal became our main partner on developing Grounded 2. They have a lot of similarities to the sorts of things that are important to us at Obsidian. They tend to make very narratively strong games. They make games with really deep characters and great character progression. They make games with great gameplay.
Everyone at Eidos Montreal is thrilled and honored to be working with Obsidian Entertainment.
Yes,
Our two studios
Final Fantasy
share a lot of DNA. The same things that are important to Obsidian Entertainment are important to us. Choice and consequences, player communities, and doing justice to great IPs and great franchises. The fact that we're the first partners that they're working with to make a sequel to their franchise feels like we're an important part of their history.
The events of Grounded 2 take place 2 years after the first game. The same 4 teenagers are returning.
So there's Max, Hoops,
Willow,
and Pete.
They're a couple years older, which means they've gone through a bit more high school, a bit more mature. It's 1992. The world's a little bit different, but we're still in that fun, nostalgic era of the early 1990s. In Grounded 2, we're moving the action out of the backyard and into the Brook Hollow Community Park. Not only is it bigger, it allows us to tell a lot more stories and expand the world of Grounded by exploring what the community of Brook Hollow has been up to and what they've been through.
The park overall is about 3 times the size of the backyard, and our initial starting area is actually the same size as the entire backyard from the first Grounded. The reason we wanted to move into a park wasn't just to create a bigger world, but was to give us the opportunity to explore the community of Brook Hollow and what secrets have they been hiding.
What we love and what we're excited about in terms of the park is the opportunity to create environments and landmarks that are mundane at normal size, but are colossal wonders when you're the size of an ant. Everything from a giant trash can to a community picnic table or a snack bar. All of these areas come to life in a brand new way.
Part of the fun in Grounded 2 is that the park was evacuated really quickly right before our teens were shrunk. And that means that the park has been sort of turned upside down and is in a topsy-turvy state. And that leads to really fun environmental storytelling, but it also leads into the creation of amazing biomes for our characters to explore. One of my favorite examples of this is the ice cream cart. In all of the commotion, the ice cream vendor's cart has been knocked over and its contents have spilled out into the ground. And what this means for our young adventurers is that they'll be able to explore this frozen cave of interesting challenges and colorful Lovecraftian horror.
We have one anthill that's actually somebody decided to bury a bunch of toxic stuff in the park. And so there's all these toxic chemicals under the ground. The environment looks very cool and very spooky with all of these sort of chemical pools. And of course, nothing can live down there except for one type of insect, the cockroach. We are oftentimes reinventing environments, and in future updates, you're gonna see a ton of new stuff. You do a lot of fighting against insects of all shapes and sizes. We didn't just want it to look better, we also knew we wanted to add a new layer of strategy. The changes that we've made aren't limited to tuning animations or adjusting attack or defense numbers or making characters or insects move faster or slower. But we did all that too. But there's also an entire sort of rock, paper, scissors strategy involving light attacks, heavy attacks, and blocking. We've also added dashing as a new way to both get out of danger
stream volume down as well, so you can
jump in for a quick attack.
Be a little bit better.
And almost all the insects in the game will have these abilities now too. Sort of like a chess match, but one that's super frenetic, looks super cool, and is ultimately just a ton of fun. We're leaning into clearer play styles for tanky warriors, low defense, high damage rogues, effect-wielding mages, and ranged hunters. In the first Grounded, we have mutations, and there were weapons and armors that favored different playstyles. In Grounded 2, not only will there be passive mutations, but there will also be active mutations. And a lot of those mutations support these archetypes.
My favorite way to play pretty much any game is chasing after those game-breaking builds. And that's why I'm so excited for what we're doing with archetypes in Grounded 2. I'm all in on the rogue. Now, you can even dual-wield daggers. I've been dialing in this glass cannon build that stacks ambush, assassin, and cardiofan mutations with the wolfbane daggers and the wolf spider armor. It lets me open up combat with massive backstab damage that also inflicts venom. Then, I can use the extra stamina to reposition and try to dodge, rinse, and repeat. It's high risk, high reward, and absolute chaos in all the best way. I'm looking forward to seeing what wild combos the community comes up with and what they inevitably break once they get their hands on the archetype system. It's going to be awesome watching it evolve with player feedback and watching us try to keep up with all of your game-breaking builds.
One of the great things about Grounded is the variety of players it attracts, from builders to crafters and everything in between. If you've ever watched me on Casually Grounded livestream, you'd know that I'm neither. I am a murderer of insects. Personally, I prefer the term harvester. I love going out, hitting things, and bringing the materials like insect body parts back to my friends to use. This way, we keep progressing and playing together.
We're also trying to make sure that armor and equipment are easily understood by the player, especially when they're playing co-op with their friends. It was really, really important for us to deliver on all of that for the bigger space and experience, because that was the only way we could truly support the feature the community has been asking for since the very first Grounded release. Mounts. Our mounts, we call them buggies, have an entire suite of moves and have their own special abilities and attacks.
We really wanted the buggies to be an extension of the player in every way possible. And that meant making sure that buggies had unique and valuable abilities across all the core pillars of Grounded. So that doesn't just mean exploration and travel. That has gameplay implications for combat, crafting, and building as well. Just like how we wanted to expand on player playstyles throughout the game, we're going to make sure that every buggy that we add has its own personality.
The Red Ant Soldier can enlist up to 2 Red Ant workers to follow you around and help you out. If you get into combat and you don't want to fight while you're saddled on your buggy, you can jump off and they'll fight right alongside you and provide support. The Orb Weaver buggies are a little less useful when it comes to general utility, like building a base or harvesting, but they're awesome when it comes to combat. Sure, their defenses aren't super strong, but they're heavy hitters. They're also super fast, and they have some great special abilities, like a scream that allows them to stun lesser-powered insects, and the ability to shoot webs and entangle other creatures. So the Orb Weavers won't be your base-building buggy. You should use the Red Ant Soldier for that. But they're super fun for exploration and combat. Red Ant Soldiers and Orb Weaver Spiders will be available at game preview launch. There will be others in the future, but those are the 2 we're starting with. The connection that our Grounded community has with us is something we want to keep forging with the sequel as we make an even bigger game than the original.
Pretty much from day one, we knew we wanted to return to game preview for Grounded 2.
Yeah, it was.
Sure, it comes with
Different
some trade-offs,
kind of panel.
like the game's not done and it's out to the world. But there's so much value in building it alongside the community. Buggies change how you traverse and navigate the park. What we're doing with Grounded 2 is we're actually keeping zip lines held back so we can see how players engage with buggies, and then we can tweak zip lines to bring them back over time to really complement that buggy experience and make exploring the park far more fun. That kind of feedback loop helped shape the original Grounded, and we wanted to shape the design for Brook Hollow Park, archetypes, buggies, all of it. We also learned a lot from that first time around. One thing that stood out immediately, players blaze through our content, especially the story. That makes sense. Story, characters, world building, that's kind of Obsidian's thing. It's the flavor we bring to the survival genre. So this time, we're starting with a much bigger baseline.
There's been an explosion at Brook Hollow Park. Chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized against their will.
One of our favorite parts of the first game was watching the community uncover clues and spin up theories. This time around, we're leaning even more into that, and we'll be keeping a close eye on what our players discover and how they interpret it. Because you never know what might inspire us as development moves forward.
We really started to hit our groove at the end of Grounded 1. We found that being open about what we were planning and then following through was key to building trust with the community. As a small team, we had to experiment with update pacing and scope, and what we found resonated the most with all of you were bigger, beefier updates, even if it took us a little longer to land. So that's the plan. Larger, more complete updates spaced out just enough so we can take your feedback seriously and make every drop count. You can expect in our big updates, new buggies, new biomes, new building pieces, all the good stuff. And we're launching with a public roadmap so everyone knows what to be excited about in the future.
All of us at Obsidian Entertainment and IDOS Montreal are super excited about how close we are to letting all of you players get shrunk a second time and explore the all-new park on buggies in Grounded 2. If you're a returning Grounded player, we're
I mean, I'm gonna
really
play
looking
this, don't
forward
get us
to you
wrong.
experiencing all the improvements.
I'm glad
If
to
this
see all
is
the
your first
improvements
time
and
getting
additions.
Tiny, then all I can tell you is that a world with an entirely new perspective
Obsidian
and
are
an
going nuts the
entirely
tail
new
end of the year,
feel
though.
awaits you in Brook Hollow Park.
Well, this
It's
year.
time to ride
Avowed,
together and
Outer
survive
Worlds
together.
2, Grounded 2. 3 games this year.
We have been expecting you.
This is where it starts. We can change the world as we know it.
Can you handle that? Let's do this.
I'm in.
I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
Here's to playing in the mud. And when we need their help, they send us a hero. Here we go.
Yeah, they're just releasing it again, Daz, because they're going to give it the 4K and put it on PlayStation and all that lot. Apparently the store as well on PC's changed and you can see your entire Xbox library on there.
You're about to do some renovations.
So just a heads up, Daz.
filthy pickers off me!
Do you think I care?
This is gonna be awesome.
Mayday! Mayday! Hold on to mission control, we're falling!
Had enough yet? Form up! It's game time, baby!
Right, I'm going to go be right back. And we're going to jump straight into post-show. Turn this down. I'm going to go straight into post-show with Boxy, so I'm going to be right back. See you soon.
of your design. I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, if I lose the fight, I still rage against the night. Don't box I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine.
Special episode of the world of gaming. It's Showcase Day, Dutch.
It is. It is indeed.
Yeah, it's exciting times, man. We just had the Xbox Showcase and the Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2 Direct. And
yep.
For those who do listen after the fact, we are going live right immediately after the thing ended. Literally finished like 2 minutes ago. So I'm excited to talk about everything, of course, with you and our awesome community, Dutch. I know there are a lot of rivaling programs around at the moment, so we do appreciate everyone who tunes in today here live with us, but of course, also a big shout out to everyone who will listen or does listen after the fact, either here on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcast, wherever you're listening. Happy Showcase Day. And Dutch, I think we have plenty to talk about here today. You have been live streaming the entire thing, right? With a reaction.
Yes, I have. Yep, I've been live streamed the entire thing from just before it started all the way through to now. So
sweet.
Indeed. We've got plenty to talk about. We've got plenty to talk about. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
The good, the bad, the ugly. And there's everything in there. There's bad things to talk about. There's good things. There's very exciting things to talk about. So, Dutch, this is a special episode, so we don't follow the regular programming where we usually open up the show by talking what games we've played. We did that last Thursday. We're going to do that next Thursday. I just want to say one thing up front, because we have been doing these post reaction shows after showcases for many years now.
Yeah.
And one thing up front, we haven't had that to everyone who listens, either after the fact or now live. We both, you, Dutch, and I, we didn't have the chance to look through the internet. And sometimes, almost every time, a lot of additional infos are getting dropped right after the show. The respective social media teams put out additional infos. There are interviews posted left and right.
Yeah.
And we didn't have the chance to look through those. So we need the help of the community, because sometimes we have only watched the show. We took notes. We know what was announced in the show. But a lot of people usually come around after the podcast and tell us, oh, you said this, but they posted that, and we don't know that. So doing a podcast right after a showcase means sometimes you are not in the full picture that might be already out in the internet. So if we say something and talk about something that needs additional clarification, or we misunderstood during the podcast and is explained better in, I don't know, social media posts or blog posts or whatever right after the fact, do let us know. But don't be mad at us. We try to do our best. We only watch the show just like everyone else.
Yeah.
But usually when you listen now to a podcast, you have the chance to scroll through Twitter or Facebook or Instagram and get all these additional infos that we do not have yet. So apologies for that up front. But Dutch, let's get right into it. I'm gonna put on not gameplay today, but I'm trying to put on the Xbox showcase.
That's exactly what I've got on already.
All right. All right. So before we go through all the games,
yeah,
right, and discuss game by game what has been announced, Dutch, some general thoughts. What did you think about the show?
Probably the weakest show for the last 3 or 4 shows. That was my generalized overview of the show itself. Probably one of the weakest for the last 3 or 4 shows.
I probably would agree. It's not that it was a bad show.
It's very hard to live up to the previous 2.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They've set the bar really high with the last couple of years, especially last year's showcase was just absolutely phenomenal. And I think I was honestly a little surprised by the lack of first-party games.
Yeah.
In that showcase. I mean, there have been a few in there, but like when we did our prediction show, and I have the notes I took during our prediction show right here, right? We went through games like Fable, Contraband, Blade, Perfect Dark, Gears E-Day, State of Decay, Forza Horizon 6, Everwild, Elder Scrolls, Machine Games, ZeniMax Online, yeah, and all that good stuff, and nothing has been in there. And it's not like, again, like I thought it was a bad show per se, but when you tune into an Xbox showcase, and of course with them having set the bar really high over the last years, and especially last year's podcast, and having none of them in there.
Yeah.
It would be okay to not have Gears in there, but I don't know, show Perfect Dark or something like that. It would be okay to not have Forza Horizon in there, but show us, I don't know, Fable or Blade or Everwild or something. So yeah, I'm also a little mixed there. In terms of that, I mean, there were still plenty of great games in there. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, the lack of first party was definitely something that stood out. What I also and we just got raided here in our stream
By the
from
Xbox
the
tester.
Xbox tester.
Yep.
Appreciate that, guys. Appreciate that. And welcome to
Shout
the
out
world
to
of
Maurice.
gaming. Yeah, absolutely. He's awesome. Awesome, man. Shout out to Maurice. And thanks for joining us here on the world of gaming. So, Dutch, before we get and talk about through all the games, I want to also highlight a few very positive things that happened.
Or did you also notice, I want to just briefly touch on this before, because this was a post-show thing, not so much in-show unless you had a very keen eye. But Silk Song apparently launching this year.
Yeah. We'll get to that. We get to that. I have that as a very big highlight here in my notes, man.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm excited for that. Play Anywhere was heavily advertised and heavily, in previous years they've really focused on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Like every game that we show today is gonna be a day one game, Game Pass game, and so on. We had that over the last years, and this year's motto, so to say, was Play Anywhere.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, man?
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing as well that's kind of doing the rounds at the moment, but the Xbox app on PC, people are starting to see their entire Xbox library on there now.
Yes. True.
Which is, if true, going to be a game changer.
It most certainly is. I mean, they talked about that during their Aces Rock Alley segment a little, that you will be able to stream all the console games that you have to that thing. So it makes kind of sense that it pops up in the PC Xbox app.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that you will be able to play everything natively, but
Nope.
at least you can
But,
directly stream it.
Yeah. At least
It's
have access to
definitely
your entire library in a
access
way.
to the library in a way, and it's definitely a big step towards this unification of consoles and PC, and for those two ecosystems to not be like a separate thing. I mean, Play Anywhere has been there for a while now. I think, if I remember correctly, Quantum Break was the first one.
Yeah.
So that was, I don't know, 2015, 16. But as of late, Xbox has been with their advertisement. This is an Xbox, and so on, heavily advertising this. Okay, play your games really everywhere where you like, and not having to buy them twice. I really appreciate that. I mean, we're still far away from that being the norm. Yeah. Even with them saying, well, we have more than 1,000 Play Anywhere titles now. Realistically speaking, only the Game Pass games so far, with minor examples that are not, but mostly the Game Pass games are Play Anywhere, which I really appreciate. Everyone knows I'm a big fan of my Aces Rock Alley, and being able to go back and forth in between the games I'm playing, Expedition 33, for instance, going back and forth, or Avowed, or whatnot, South of Midnight, is fantastic. And they really seem to touch on that more heavily, especially with third-party developers, because basically everything that they've shown at today's showcase is Play Anywhere. Not everything was Game Pass, but everything was Play Anywhere. So that's a really good thing. That's a really good thing, and it tells you the direction where they are going. And I've said that before on the podcast, that I would truly be surprised if the next gen Xbox isn't mandating that Play Anywhere. And maybe it's not even necessary to mandate that, because the next console is gonna have the Xbox PC thing on it. And yeah, so any thoughts of yours on that, man?
Yeah, I mean, straight away I seen the new ROG Ally, and it's two versions, the two Xbox versions, the white and the black. Of course, they've got the ROG Ally, the lower version, and then the extreme version.
Wanted to dive straight into the
absolutely,
ROG Ally.
It's mainly about the Play Anywhere segment, so the handheld is very much part of that. And it does look great. I'll give it that. I liked the look of the UI that they're going for on the ROG Ally for Xbox, where it very much looks like the Xbox PC marketplace, but with a bit of the console overlay. So it looks very interesting. But I automatically thought of you and thought, which one's box you going to get? Is he going to get the low one, or is he going to get the extreme?
Do you even need to ask?
You're getting the extreme, aren't you?
To ask? Of course. Man, listen. Since you jumped right into the ROG Ally, like you said, two versions have been announced: the ROG Xbox Ally and the ROG Xbox Ally X. The X being the extremely powerful one with 24 gigs of RAM. The other one comes with 16. The low-key version comes with 512 gigs of SD memory. The X has a terabyte, and it features the Zen 2 Extreme with an NPU based on RDNA 3, and it has haptic sticks with
triggers.
Haptic triggers.
Yeah.
Not sticks, triggers. Which is fantastic, man. I can't wait. We talked about this many times. I really do enjoy my Asus ROG Ally, but I think besides the hardware, we haven't really seen the hardware in action. Of course, we need to see how it actually performs. I think the highlight is what you just mentioned, is the overlay.
Yeah.
But during the showcase, I was reading a couple of articles in parallel that have went online, and from what I understand, man, it's not just an overlay. It's a little more than that, because Xbox is deactivating a lot of the Windows shit in the background.
Good.
When you have that open, which is very good, which is exactly what we need, because we've seen the Steam OS being significantly more performant than Windows, because Windows has all that bloated stuff in the background. And the Windows handhelds to date, the Lenovo's and the Ally and so on, they do have full-fledged Windows running in the background, taking away a lot of resources.
And I'm going to just go out on a limb here. Do you think ROG are not doing ROG Ally 2 because they've now done the ROG Ally with the Xbox?
I don't think so.
The reason I say that is if they've made this universal operating system now that works better than the bloated Windows version, what need would ROG have themselves to create another secondary, should we say third device, because they've got the base Xbox ROG Ally, the high-end Xbox ROG Ally. Would there be a need for them to do their own version?
I think they already confirmed that they are not doing that.
Good.
I think I've seen a post from Asus Global.
Wouldn't make much sense.
That it's not called the Ally 2, but it's called the ROG Xbox Ally or something like that, along those lines. Maybe someone in the chat has the chance to better check that, but I've seen something like that from the official account. So there is no need. Yeah, there is no need for them to do something else. But yeah, man, them actually shutting Windows shit in the background down is actually a really promising thing. And then they've implemented, of course, all the other storefronts. You can then from this overlay launch, of course, everything from other launchers, from Epic, from Steam, and so on, which is great, man, which is fantastic. So I think we need to see more, of course. But the little we've seen actually has me excited. And I need an update for my alley anyway.
What do you think the price tag's going to be?
Pardon?
What do you think the price tag's going to be?
That's a very good question. Very good question. This thing ain't going to be cheap.
No.
I mean, the original alley already launched at 700 euros. The extreme version, there was the base version. I can't remember. The base version was, I think, something around 500 or 550 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the alley with the set 1 extreme launched 3 years ago at 700. So I'm thinking that's at least going to be 800 euros, maybe even 900. Yeah, for the extreme version. The base version will be at around 600, 650 maybe. And the LEX, I'm going with 800. Yeah. Which is a steep price to ask, man. It's no doubt. No doubt. What do you think? Where's the price going to be?
Yeah, I'm going to say 700 to 800 again for the extreme and 500 for the non-extreme.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a little bit more expensive than the launch price of the original alley. So that's why
you say that. But when was the alley launched again?
I think it was 3 years ago. Was it 2 years ago?
I think it'll be. Maybe it's the 800 mark then.
Yeah.
Or is that it?
With inflation and everything going up anyway, I think we are more talking about the price point at around 800, which is is a significant ask for people. Would you be interested in that? Because I know you're not 100% convinced like me. Yeah, you've always said you're going to wait for the native Xbox handheld.
Well, that's clearly not happening for a while now, because that's been shelved.
Clearly, yeah, and with the new overlay being what it is, that you can launch everything from Steam to Xbox to actually console games, even through if it's only through streaming, and you can have access to all your entire library. Did it pique your interest, man?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going. I like to hear that, man.
It's probably not a day one purchase.
Buddy.
It's probably not a day one purchase because, again, it's $800. Well, at least will likely be in the region of $800, which is quite a significant outlay. And especially when it drops, which will be like winter. It's not really the best time. Of course, you don't really spend on yourself much in the winter, and you generally spend on family. So
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's probably going to be some point next year. I'll pick one up. And of course, with the Switch 2, I've got a handheld. And
that, hey, come on, it's a very different kind of thing.
It is. It is.
Being able to play everything on the
good thing is, as I mentioned, the good thing is of course, for now, I have a PC, I have an Xbox, I have a PlayStation. I'm not going anywhere distance traveling at the minute in terms of like big holidays or anything, so I'm not in a mega rush to have the ROG Xbox Ally, but it's definitely piqued my interest with that new UI. Having your library, I did say one of the key things for me was being able to take your library anywhere. If they've managed to sort that out to an extent, so you can have your entire library anywhere, whether that be natively or via the cloud or a mixture of both, then I don't think there's a need to wait for the Xbox's own handheld.
Yeah. Especially since we, like you said, know that this is not going to happen for a while. Jess Corden has reported that 2-3 weeks ago that it has been sidelined. They are fully focusing on the actual next gen console, and for now focus on the partnership with Asus. And then absolutely it makes sense. So I was pleasantly surprised by the new overlay. Need to see more, of course, but I liked what I've seen. I truly did. Of course, battery life is going to be an interesting thing there. So yeah, the original LE had about an hour of battery life. I would assume that they will.
I mean, the Nintendo
try
Switch
to
2
push that.
isn't far behind it, by the way. Nintendo Switch 2's battery life is maybe about 3 hours. Maybe's.
Yeah, 3 hours. I think that's a fair runtime for a handheld, especially with good power banks that you can use and so on. But an hour is really
bad.
Really bad. So I would be good with everything above 2 hours. Yeah, I would be good with everything above 2 hours. Yeah. Okay, Dutch. They also teased Silksong during that handheld
They
presentation.
did, like, repeatedly showed Silksong.
And
I
they
can't
said
wait till it
it's gonna
drops,
be
because
there.
then at least that
Yeah.
community can shut the fuck up.
Hey, I'm part of that community, so
You're not as bad as the Silksong community on Reddit, okay? That community is ridiculous. I mentioned Silksong in my Community Indie Showcase last year, and they hunted me down for weeks, if not months, afterwards, asking for Silksong information.
yeah. Well, it is a highly anticipated game, and
I've
rightfully
never
so.
experienced anything like it for an indie game in my life.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And they said it will be there when the LE comes out. So they didn't mention a release date. I was actually a little bit surprised about that. That tells me that there is going to be, probably hosted by Asus, a dedicated event for that thing. Asus usually
Gamescom's always around the corner as well.
Do you think that it's a Gamescom announcement?
Yeah.
I think
It's not going to be.
Asus
It's not
will
going to
have
be
their
Game of the Year
own
awards
thing.
because that's too late.
Yeah.
And Xbox's next event is Gamescom, and then it's Tokyo Game Show. I can see them being present at both, but I think Silksong will be at Gamescom because there will be a playable demo at Gamescom.
With Silksong, I agree.
Yeah.
I do think though that Asus will going to have an own stream or something like that in the next couple of weeks, where they fully show off the two LEs properly. If that wouldn't be the case, they would have announced the release date today. They would have said, I don't know, November this year or something, and they just mentioned, well, this is going to be a holiday 25 thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. Was one of my personal highlights because I like handheld gaming a lot. I truly do. And for them to have that now with a handheld that is a lot even more promising than anything we have so far on the market, with the Steam Deck and the already existing LE or the Lenovo's, simply because of that unification of the overlay and shutting Windows down in the background. is promising, and I really like what I've seen. So, Dutch, let us start with the entire showcase. Let's talk about the games.
Yes.
They've shown. They kicked off with Outer Worlds 2, coming October 29th. We finally got a release date. I mean, that's something we both knew was going to happen. The announcement of the release date, obviously, that wasn't a tough guess. However, I was surprised that they open up with Outer Worlds 2 because we already knew that there was going to be the developer direct for Outer Worlds 2 at the end of the showcase. So for them opening up with Outer Worlds 2, I was surprised about that. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, same. Same. I was a bit surprised that they opened up with it.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, they'll do a little teaser and then we'll get the big thing at the end of the show. And I kind of wish they'd just stuck to the trailer at the beginning now, because the extended showcase thing for it was just over the top. I did not need to see all of that. I didn't. It really didn't need it.
Listen, I really like the way how Outer Worlds 2 looked. I loved the first one and really did enjoy it, and you can tell they've improved upon everything. They've improved on weapon handling. They've improved on storytelling, world building. You have more and deeper conversation options. You have deeper character building. You have more beautiful visuals, new crazy weapons, everything. Very cool, looks good. We both said it when they announced that Outer Worlds 2 is going to be the direct after the Xbox showcase, that a game like Outer Worlds 2 doesn't need a dedicated 30-minute showcase.
Yep.
And I mean, it was well put together. They tried to put in the humor and everything, but like you said, it felt a little over the top, and I didn't need to see as much from it.
Yeah.
Because I'm sold already, right? And when you look back at the other developer directs in the last 2 years, the first being Starfield. Starfield is a new IP. It's a massive open world RPG. It needed a lot of explanation what you actually can do. Call of Duty last year also made kind of sense because everyone knew then, okay, this is Call of Duty is now belonging to Xbox, and with Outer Worlds 2, like you said, I would have been totally fine with the trailer.
Yeah.
Maybe do the trailer a minute or two longer and then good. That's enough to sell me on the game because the game looks fantastic anyway. And for them not opening with something else, like I don't know, you had down Call of Duty as the opening, right? I said maybe Elder Scrolls should open that show. Something big, you know, could have been Gears E-Day, could have been Perfect Dark, could have been State of Decay, could have been something really big that sets the mood for the show. But for them to choose not to open with such a big bang, but with a game where you knew, okay, I'm gonna get the real deal at the end of the show, 30 minutes long, it's kind of strange. And I had a feeling right from the beginning, okay, if they don't have something big, new to open the show, what are we going to see? This was from the very beginning, I had that feeling, and we mentioned it at the beginning, for them not to show that many first-party titles. It was getting true. The second game was then High on Life 2. Coming this winter, by the way.
Yeah. No, it looks fantastic. I wasn't expecting it. That was one of the ones I didn't expect to see.
Me neither.
Surprise, but it looks fantastic. It looks.
It hasn't. It has been 2 years now since High on Life, right?
It
Was
has. This one looks like
23.
it's had a bit of a fidelity boost compared to the first. Like the first one looked good, but this one looks like it's significantly increased in its fidelity.
Yeah.
And its level of detail, and I mean that by kind of more of its surroundings. It look like there is more going on in the areas that you're exploring and fighting in and things like that. It just looks like there's more to it on this one than the previous one. So yeah, it looks fantastic, to be fair. It looks really good.
Look, and I mean the first one was a fun game. Absolutely. Still, we were opening the show. We were still at the opening, and I thought, man, High on Life indie game to have as in the very beginning of the show. What are they doing there?
Yeah.
It's not that I'm not excited for it, but it is kind of a weird way to open with Outer Worlds 2 that we've seen before, that we are getting a dedicated developer direct. And maybe you can do that just to tell everyone, hey, if you want to learn more about that game, stick till the very end.
Yeah.
Okay, but then the second game needs to be with a bigger oomph. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And High on Life is a fun indie game, but it is not a game you set up the showcase with. You know, that's just how I felt. The third game, then, though, was something we've learned about that it exists yesterday, and I did not expect it to be at the show. And that is a spin-off from A Blake's Tale called Resonance. The footage they've shown was in-engine. It's again like Plague Tale Requiem, a day one Game Pass drop, coming in 26. What did you think about that game, man?
Yeah, it looks fantastic. It would have been a better surprise if it didn't get dropped yesterday. Now, I don't know whether or not it was meant to get dropped yesterday, or it got leaked early yesterday, so they had to drop it.
No,
or
it meant to drop.
It was meant to drop.
yesterday.
But then I think it kind of takes away from the surprise of seeing it on the Xbox showcase, because I think it would have been a much bigger reception to it had it been shown for the first time today.
I mean, yesterday it was only announced with a 10-12 second teaser trailer.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
And the teaser trailer actually suggested to me, oh, this is going to be something like a games as a service title, because in the teaser trailer you've seen an arena and multiple characters fighting, and I thought, oh no, are they going for something like a games as a service title route? So I was pleasantly surprised, and it was one of my personal highlights, to be honest. I really loved the Blake's Tale games. What Asobo did with the two was absolutely fantastic. The storytelling was awesome, beautiful visuals, fun combat mechanics. I really enjoyed the Blake's Tale games. This is a spin-off going way back in time. Looks beautiful. Has this, kind of a little bit Tomb Raider vibe, but 2,000 years ago.
It kind of gave me more of an Assassin's Creed vibe.
I didn't get that at all. How come?
More of the sneaky, assassin-y kind of thing that I kind of see her doing.
But you had that in A Blake's Tale as well.
Yeah, but it felt more of a sneaky kind of thief, kind of Assassin's Creedy thiefy kind of game. It sort of felt like more combat, but a little bit more like sneaky. Assassin kind of combat.
Well, I mean, I didn't get Assassin's Creed vibes, honestly, just because there's stealth in it. Because it's way more linear experience. It's not an open world game and everything. But I do what you mean. Anyway, it looked fantastic. I like the setting. Going back to the ancient Roman times. you know, with the Colosseum and gladiators and everything being in there. I can't wait for that game, man. 26 confirmed and coming Game Pass day one, which is fantastic. I thought, by the way, in general, that was fantastic from Xbox that they labeled everything really well. There was no confusion about which platforms are the games coming to, even for third-party games, not their own first-party stuff, but for third-party games, they put the PlayStation logo in there as well. They clearly labeled, is it Play Anywhere? Is it a Game Pass title? There was really no confusion. It was a very clear messaging after every game, which I really appreciate. So yeah, Resonance, a Plague Tale spin-off game. Looked fantastic. Still can't believe that those guys made their own engine.
Yep. Yep, and it's still going strong.
It's going very strong. Absolutely, absolutely. So after those 3 initial games, they directly jumped into the Asus handheld announcement. We already talked about that, Dutch. So I'd skip over that. And yes, we've talked about Silksong coming along with the Ellie. So we just need to find out when the Ellie comes out to know when Silksong will be there. Another highlight after that for me from the show was Blood of Dawnwalker, published by Bandai Namco. This is the game from some of the Witcher 3 developers that left from CD Projekt Red. They've announced that they are working on that game. We knew that it is called Blood of Dawnwalker, but we haven't seen anything from it yet. It's also going to be a Play Anywhere title, not in Game Pass though. But I thought that looked fantastic. That vampire setting, you know, it's going to be an RPG at its best from the Witcher developers. What did you think, man?
Yeah, it was. I mean, more during the daylight than the nighttime, but more during the daylight, you could tell it was by Witcher developers. It looks fantastic. It looks fantastic. I'm intrigued to see more of it and to see, should we say, how the RPG system works in this game as well. But it did look fantastic. It looked very intriguing, and very, excited to see more about this game.
Absolutely, absolutely. I thought it looked fantastic. It was one of... I didn't have that on my radar to be...
at the show.
To be at the show, and actually for it to become a game I'm going to really anticipate. You know, it was always like one of these games where a handful of developers that worked on The Witcher formed the studio. Of course, you're interested, obviously, yeah. But then, it was more like, wait and see. But this was actually really a fantastic trailer. It piqued my interest. I want to see more. I want to see, of course, is it going to be an open world experience? What are the RPG elements and so on? But I also think it's not a new setting we haven't seen before, but it is a setting we have not that many good games in the last 10, 15 years, I would say. There's only like a handful of really good vampire setting games that play in around the 19th 100th century, and it is something I really want to see more, and I thought it was definitely a surprise and something I'd like to learn more about. Anything you want to add?
No. Again, excited to learn more about it.
Yeah, true that. Super Meat Boy 3D.
Yes.
I immediately thought of you.
Yes. As soon as I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, that's Super Meat Boy. And it's 3D. I was like, we're getting a proper platformy, like Mario-esque Super Meat Boy here. And it just looked fantastic. It looked really, really good. Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's going to be epic.
Did they mention? I forgot to put it down in my notes. Did they mention when it's going to come out?
I think they did. I might have to fast forward the stream a little bit here. Let's get past Stormwalker.
Because they mentioned, I put down in my notes, it's going to be a Game Pass title.
It
but
is.
I probably...
It is. I'm going to have to run through the stream a bit here, but I might have to pick up with that in a bit. But
maybe someone in the chat knows.
Yes, it's a Game Pass title. It looks absolutely fantastic, by the way. This is the goriest platformer you will ever play. By far. And it's hilarious. Just how gory it is as well, by the way. And the amount of times he gets like decapitated whilst he's trying to run across a bridge. Or turned into absolute mush. Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad they've went this direction as well, though, from being your standard 2D platformer to this big old 3D plane. Yeah, can't wait. It says early 2026.
Early 26.
Game Pass, play anywhere.
All right. Yeah, play anywhere. Yeah. I mean, all Game Pass titles are play anywhere. But yeah, fantastic, man. Like you said, gory. I like that they put in the little Mario tease with the tube.
Yeah, because immediately people were like, what?
Yeah. Very, very hilarious. So yeah, Super Meat Boy 3D, definitely a surprise. Love me a good platformer, man.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's great to have a gory one.
Yeah.
For that matter. All right. What else did we have? Ninja Gaiden 4 got a new trailer.
Yes, this is 2 October games back to back.
Yes, October 21st.
Yeah. Right next to Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds is 29th. Ninja Gaiden 21st.
Yep.
And Call of Duty. Did they mention a date for Call of Duty?
They didn't.
They didn't, right?
Nope. Didn't mention anything.
They didn't. Call of Duty was relatively underrepresented, given that it's Call of Duty, one of the biggest gaming IPs out there.
They didn't even say it was coming this year.
I mean, you know it's coming this year, and you know it's going to be somewhere in October. So,
is it?
Absolutely.
Is it?
You think that they skip Call of Duty in 25?
Possibly.
No.
They didn't say it was coming out in 25.
Yeah, they didn't, but everyone knows it's coming out in 25.
But they didn't put a date. They put a date on it last year when they released Call of Duty.
They did an entire developer direct last year for Call of Duty.
But they also did they also did a trailer at the beginning of the show that gave the release date before they did the developer direct.
They did.
So.
Yeah, of course, Call of Duty is coming.
What if it doesn't?
Nah. They will. This would be crazy to not do it. It's literally leaving money on the table, even if it's a bad Call of Duty. And usually, I mean, last year's Call of Duty was received pretty well, right?
Yeah.
And usually, after a well-received Call of Duty, they have 1 or 2 Call of Duties that are shit, and it's still even the bad ones are still the best-selling games every year. So, of course, it is coming this year. And there's no doubt about it.
But what if?
Anyway, we were talking about Ninja Gaiden 4, and
Yes.
you're right. October is crowded. So, your thoughts on Ninja Gaiden, man?
It looks fantastic. Obviously, it got its release date, which is why it was there, because we just known it was fall this year at the beginning of the year. If it wasn't for the fact that we needed a release date for it, there was no other reason for it to be there because we've seen it.
We've seen it before. I mean, you could still put it in there just
For
to
the release
remind
date.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
But it looks fantastic. Don't get me wrong. It looks fantastic. I'm looking forward to playing it. There was a couple of games in there that outstayed their welcome in terms of how long the trailers were. Ninja Gaiden wasn't one of them. There was another Japanese game that was in there for a very brief period that we'll get to.
Yeah. We'll
And I'm
get to
glad
it.
it was very short.
Yeah.
It was super short. I was like, thank God for that. But no.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm glad it got a release date. October's getting crowded now. But yeah.
October getting crowded indeed, man. I'm with you. Ninja Gaiden looks fun, looks fast paced, looks like a modernized combat system. Because as good as Ninja Gaiden 2, the remake was that they shadow dropped in January, you could tell with some of the mechanics it was an older game. They still didn't fix the camera angle issues.
Yeah.
Combat didn't feel as modern as it should feel, you know. And I think in Gaiden 4 they will or have addressed that. You could tell the dynamic camera and the combat system is way more modernized. So yeah, man, Ninja Gaiden 4 looking fantastic. And even though October is going to be crowded, Dutch, the good news is all those games are in Game Pass, right? Outer Worlds, Call of Duty, and of course Ninja Gaiden, which will save us some money to get the Ellie, man.
Yep. Thank God. Thank God for
Thank
Game
God.
Pass.
True. Next up was the Indiana Jones DLC, The Order of the Giants, coming
Yes.
September 4th.
Yes. It looks like good DLC. I'm looking forward to playing it.
Same here,
I
man.
kind of forgot that we were getting DLC for Indiana Jones. So
Didn't we talk about that last week during our prediction show?
I don't even know if we did, you know.
Let me check our list. We talked about it. We had it both in as a yes for the show.
Hmm.
So at least we got that right.
Yep. I didn't think it would be Order of the Giants.
No.
But no, it looks cool. It looks cool. I'm intrigued to
absolutely
see
does
what the how long this will be. Is it going to be like a 3-4 hour little expansion, or is it going to be a bit beefier?
My guess would be it's one new area. Remember the main game where they had these main areas, the Vatican and the pyramids of Egypt and the forest region and so on. It's going to be one of those areas, and it's going to be in that scope of one area, would be my guess. But man, since Indy was my game of the year last year, and yours too, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to play more Indy, and I think September 4th is a good date before the crowded holiday season starts. To kick that off with an Indiana Jones DLC, Order of the Giants. Can't wait, man. That is fantastic. All right. Next up, we had Beast of Reincarnation. It's a Japanese game coming in 2026 with a female samurai kind of main character fighting along with the wolf.
Yeah.
Before I share my thoughts, what did you think about it?
Yeah, it looks cool. It looks cool. Kind of just hope it isn't a Soulsy game again.
Did you get the feeling, the vibe?
You just never know.
Being a Souls?
It's
These days.
the one thing I do want to point out here though is it's Game Freak, the creators of Pokemon.
Yep.
This is a hell of a step up from Pokemon.
That's true. That's true.
This is Game Freak flexing their muscles when they're not held back by Nintendo.
That's true. But I must admit, it didn't do much for me. And maybe it's just the way how they've shown it, and maybe if we see proper continued gameplay, it'll do more for me. But as it stands now, I'm not 100% convinced. I feel like we are getting these kind of action hack and slashy Japanese games way too often these days. And for something to like that to stand out, it needs to do more than that.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just the way how it was presented and we didn't see proper gameplay, continued gameplay. There were only like segments and snippets in there. It didn't do too much for me.
It is going on the Game Pass
though. Yeah, it's in Game Pass. So no harm in trying it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And congrats to Game Freak for eventually getting away from Pokemon all of the time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Since I'm not a Pokemon player, I'm finally playing a game of theirs, right?
Yes. Yes.
When it comes to Game Pass. So, all right, Dutch. The next game was my personal highlight of the show.
Age of Mythology? No.
Clockwork Revolution.
Yes, although one frustrating thing that I want to highlight immediately. Still no release date.
Still no release.
And still no release window.
It's not even that. It's coming
in due time.
In due time.
That.
So.
That frustrated me.
But there's a big but. It looks absolutely amazing, man.
It does.
They've shown it 2 years ago, right? In 23 during their showcase. And I remember back then we both said, "Hey, man, this looks pretty far along in development, and it already looked fun and cool, but it is a massive step up in quality." Not just in visuals, a lot more fidelity in there. It ran, the footage they've shown, we don't know whether it ran on PC or console, but it ran butter smooth. The original trailer 2 years ago had a lot of frame time issues. It looked butter smooth. It looked like a massive step up in visual fidelity. But other than visuals, man, this game looks absolutely awesome.
Yep.
From storytelling to humor to setting to gunplay to RPG elements, it's through and through like a real fantastic game. And I think this is going to be a gem, a true gem, because in Exile with their previous games like Wasteland, they are beloved and they have their, rightfully so, they have their fan base. But I don't think that anyone would consider them as a AAA developer. But after that trailer, there is no doubt that they are going for a real, true AAA experience with Clockwork Revolution. It looks absolutely amazing. The mechanics with the time reversing thing is something that looks very promising. The story has me intrigued. I like the setting. I like when games don't take themselves too serious. And with humor in games, it is really hard to get that right, because oftentimes games try to be funny, but they really aren't, and then it becomes like really just annoying. But it looks, from what we've seen, and it was a pretty long trailer, right?
Yeah.
It looks that they nailed that aspect through and through, and the shooting looked really good. I mean, let's be real, it's the first game that is a shooter esque kind of game, and it looked like they nailed that aspect. The super detailed world, like that invites you to explore it. You know that this game will feature heavy choices that you need to make, just as you would expect from a proper RPG, right? The production quality is through the roof. It's fantastic, man. I don't know what about you? I've been rambling on.
No, I think I completely agree with everything you've said. I like the weapon customization as well. I was just looking at that part again. When you're modding your weapons, and it goes into like a sketch version of it first, and then when you've finished just deciding what part you want to put on, then it kind of adds all the level of detail into it, and then you see what it looks like. And I think that it's fantastic the way they've done it. But yeah, the whole time travel thing, being able to go back and forwards in time, and the world in the future, the world in the past, and then reverse certain things on the map so that it kind of builds it back up again, or destroys it again, or slow your opponents down, or speed them up, or whatever you need to do. It looks absolutely fantastic, and after seeing it all, and which is why I'm so frustrated, is it looks really good. It would have been game of the show, and it probably is game of the show.
It is game of the show.
They had a release date.
At least a release window.
Yeah.
I mean, if they are not sure, don't get me wrong. I prefer that, because Xbox has, Fable last year. Yeah, it's coming in 25, and then delay it to 26, and you set these anticipations and expectations.
Yeah.
And if you're not sure that you're going to meet a certain window, then don't put it out there. I think that's the better choice. But of course, naturally, seeing such a phenomenal trailer and such a phenomenal game, you want to know when to expect it. But I would say that's a 26 title, man.
I think 27.
Now. I don't think it's 27. 27 would be way too long from its initial reveal. They've been working on the game since.
But then, if that was the case, why didn't they just say 2026?
Because they might not be sure.
Which leads me to believe it's a 27 game.
Do you really think they would show it for the first time in 23 with gameplay, and then release it 4 years later?
Yeah. I think if they're not confident enough to give a release window of next year, then that game is not releasing next year. And I don't know. At this point, I also am struggling to see why, having seen what we've seen, why they're not confident that that game would hit next year.
Because I think this game is going to be way bigger than people think it is.
And hence, if that is the case, then 27. Which I'm not pleased about, but I think if they haven't given a release date now, then next year's we'll see a release window trailer, and it'll be some point in 27.
We shall see. We shall see, man. Anything you want to add to Clockwork Revolution before we move over to Grounded 2?
No, it's fantastic. I'm just a minor disappointment on its release window.
Yeah.
Because I want to play it now.
You definitely, absolutely. After that trailer, everyone wants to play it now, right? But let them cook, man. Let them cook. We've got plenty of games to play until then. One of them being Grounded 2, coming on July 29th.
Yes.
in early access, though.
Yeah.
We have to add that.
I mean, it was the
We
same with the
learned
first one. Same with the first one. And
Same
I
with the
understand
first.
why. Because with games as a service game, like Grounded is, it releases that way so that they can continue to get feedback and add things that people want.
Yeah.
Refine things that people want. So, for instance, they're putting mounts in there for the first time, so you'll be able to ride spiders or ride ants. And each of them have a different thing. So the ants help you do the crafting and the base building, with spiders help with the combat. So there's that mechanic. And again, as they progress through early access on Grounded 2, you could see other mounts. You could see, for instance, a dung beetle, or you could see somebody requesting something else, and they could add these things to it. So for a game like that, it makes sense as to why it's going into early access, and very quickly. It's next month. And again, that's on everything, I think. So,
yeah, it's
I did not.
on
It was one of
everything.
my unexpected titles for today. I did not expect Grounded 2.
I think nobody had that on their radar. That
Nope.
Obsidian is actually releasing
3
a third
games this
game
year.
this year.
Yeah.
This is crazy, and not small games. I mean,
Nope.
Bout was
3
already a massive
RPGs.
game, right? Yeah. Outer Worlds 2 is going to be a massive game, and the third now, even though in early access with Grounded, that is crazy. It just shows you how good of a well-oiled machine Obsidian is, right?
Yeah.
That is absolutely amazing to see that they can put out 3 games in a year, and 3
And I mean,
quality
they put
games.
there is some significant improvements on this one straight away. Of course, they've got different biomes.
Yes.
Now with like the ice creamy section that they've got going there.
Yeah.
Um,
And I mean, I really enjoyed that they put Grounded 2 as well in the Developer
Post-show.
Direct
Yeah.
post show, where they revealed that Eidos Montreal is helping with the development
Yeah.
there. It sounded to me that the campaign is way better fledged out than.
And the combat definitely is, because you've got like
Absolutely.
different classes. So you've got your stealth class, you've got your ranged, you've got your hand-to-hand combat guy, it's again a proper classes for everybody now. And they've got a little bit of more of a fleshed out RPG system in there now as well, where you can kind of add points to things, and you can make improvements to weapon types.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, huge difference.
Absolutely. They said the world is going to be 3 times as big as in the first game.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Co-op is improved, of course. Yeah, it plays 2 years after the first game. It looked to me also that they are even putting more focus on the storytelling, because there was storytelling in the first game. Yes, there was a campaign and everything. However, that fell a little short. I mean it in the best way possible. It was a super small team for them to squeeze in a story
Yeah.
at all in such a game, right? Was great, but it looks like they are focusing even more on that. And yeah, man, I had a blast with Grounded, so I'm looking forward to it. Usually, I stay away from early access games, but I might give that a try this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I enjoyed my time with Grounded. Granted, I didn't finish the story, but I enjoyed the time that I did play it. I wasn't expecting this at all. But again, fantastic. Congrats to them.
Yep, absolutely. 3 games in a year, man. Amazing. Next game was Chronos.
Yes.
From Bloober.
Bloober.
Sci-fi-esque horror game coming in fall this year. What do you think of that, man?
Yeah, it looks really, really cool. Looks really cool.
You think so? Because I thought it looked actually a little bit generic.
It kind of. It was more of a sci-fi horror game again, but Again, I wasn't expecting it. I think it looked like it was well done.
Looked to me like a cheap Dead Space.
Kind of. Dead Space if it was based on a planet and not on a ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind that. As long as the story's good. It depends on how the story plays out.
Yeah. This is a strong maybe for me.
Oh yeah, it's not
more towards
it's not
a
a
probably
day one.
not.
Definitely not a day one.
See, the thing is, they didn't give it a date. They said fall 25, and if I look at the fall in 25, I gotta honestly ask myself the question: do I have time to put a game like that in there? That is probably that looked to me more like a mediocre game. I probably will not have the time for it. So anyway, Elder Scrolls Online was next. New expansion. Told you up front, man. They have that in every showcase. It's gonna be there, as well as Fallout 76. Every year was the little break I needed. I was able to check my stuff online and continue. But yeah, if you're not an Elder Scrolls Online player, it's not going to do anything for you to see that there. But good for everyone who enjoys it, more content. But
this was one of the ones that outstayed its welcome.
Yeah, true that.
It was literally like a DLC for, I don't even know, what was it, like pets or something?
Yep.
Like, it didn't need a trailer that long for pets.
Yeah. Then let's talk about the next game.
The Season of the Worm Cult. Woo!
They're probably running out of names, man. Anyway,
the next game. Yes.
From Don't Not.
Reminds me of a particular Dutch studio that had the unfortunate thing of having to let go of all of its staff last year because they didn't have the funding. And then they had to self-fund the expansion with just the 2 studio heads. We had them on the podcast. You know which ones I'm talking about? Deliver Us Mars, Deliver Us the Moon.
Deliver Us Mars. I'm blanking on the name of the studio right now.
Kyoken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reminded me of a higher budget Deliver Us the Moon game.
Philion. It looked okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those games I would probably not buy, but definitely would play through Game Pass. You know, it looked like a calming, riddle-based adventures,
space adventure
game. Yeah. So
it did look like at the end though that there is horror into it.
Maybe a little, yeah. Coming in 26.
Yep.
So,
I mean, I'm
in.
I think it looks like an intriguing space adventure. But I think that's what it is. I think it's an adventure, more of a story adventure.
Yeah.
Puzzles, climbing about.
Yeah.
Story based, not really combat-y.
Yeah. All right. Then there are no ghosts at the Grand.
Yes.
Indie game.
Yes.
Where you kind of need to repair a city, a hotel and a city.
Yeah. It kind of looks like Luigi's Mansion if it was also
without the ghosts and the fun part.
Yeah, I mean they've got the ghosts in as well. If you kind of seen parts of it, but I don't think they showed much of the ghosts in the trailer, which isn't good.
It literally says in the title there are no ghosts at the Grand.
Yeah, but he was trying to hit one of them with a baseball bat, and you end up sucking it up in a
Yeah, yeah.
vacuum like a Ghostbuster. So there's definitely like ghosty elements in it. And I think it would have been better if they showcased that section of it, because that would be like their version of a crafting / repair game mixed with Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah.
Which I think would have hit with people that aren't Nintendo fans.
Could see that, but what they've shown
It's
didn't
also
do
Game
anything.
Pass, so
Yeah, but I'd rather spend my time with something else, I think.
hey, you never know.
Okay.
You just never
Yeah,
know.
you never know. Age of Mythology was next.
It was.
New expansion, the Heavenly Spear. Brings in China or Japanese kind of gods coming fall this year. I need to go back to Age of Mythology. I haven't played that in way too long, to be honest.
Boxy, we've done well to keep you off Age of Empires and Age of Mythology for a while.
Yes.
Let's keep that
Yes.
going whilst there's new games out.
I know. I'm more intrigued to go back to H4 though.
Yeah.
I must admit. Mudeng, Two Hearts was next.
Yes.
Japanese action game with kind of a military shooter zombie-ish and stuff kind of feel. It looked as a true surprise. We are getting way too many Japanese games that are showing these hentai manga kind of characters and then being hack and slashes, fast-paced hack and slashes. This looked very different.
Yes.
And
more realism.
It's sci-fi. It's military shooter-ish kind of game.
Yeah, it
combined
was weird.
with,
it was
I don't know if
kind
it
of
were
Resident
zombies
Evil-y,
or
but
a bit
it was like
Resident Evil-y.
Resident Evil, like the initial outbreak, but if it was based in Japan.
Yes.
And if
Yes,
you had
something
some
like
kind of
that.
superpower.
Yeah. And I thought it actually looked really good.
It does.
Also a 26 game.
Yeah.
Beautiful visuals there. It looked really good. It did.
This is the kind of Japanese game
whether
that
it's
I'd
on
be
Game Pass or not.
I'll get to the end of the trailer and
don't
I'll let you know. But this is the kind of Japanese game that I'm into. Is ones that don't look like loads of schoolgirls.
Yes.
Or school
exactly.
kids.
Yeah.
Which is why I've never ever
Absolutely.
played Persona or anything like that, because
Yeah.
they...
Me neither.
Nope.
And I know I would probably enjoy the gameplay of Persona because I do like JRPGs, but
yeah.
But the look of these Japanese schoolgirlish looks, with
Yeah.
their big bubbly eyes, it's just not for me.
Nope. The closest I got to that over the last year was Visions of Mana. That was as close as I'm getting.
Yeah.
But no, this one, like you say, this one looked really... They've definitely went for more the realism with this one.
Absolutely.
But it looks super cool. Like you're some kind
Yeah.
of secret agent with some kind of power or something like that. It looks really cool. I dig it.
It does.
No, not Game Pass, but it is Xbox Play anyway.
Play anywhere. I think everything in that
I
showcase.
think everything was, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, man. I'm intrigued on Mudang. Planet of Lana was.
Yes.
Oh, hang
Planet
on.
of
I need
Lana
to shout out
2.
Sith Lord. I need to shout out Sith Lord though. He sends in a channel member chat for being a channel member for 34 months now, man. And he says the showcase was great, but I need more time to play. First of all, thank you so much for the continued support. And I feel you, man. We all need more time to play. That's the biggest problem in being a gamer in 25, 26, and so on.
Yeah, not enough time.
That's what I meant earlier. You know, I don't have time to settle for mediocre games anymore. There was a time like 10 years ago, I was totally fine with playing occasionally mediocre games. Now I don't have the time anymore because
Tell you what's
there
not
are
mediocre. Planet of Lana 2.
Tell me. True. Planet of Lana 2. I didn't expect that because Planet of Lana was 23, I think. Right? I mean, it's coming out next year, though. So it's a 3-year development cycle then. And Planet of Lana was a really good indie game.
Yeah.
Beautiful visuals, fantastic riddles, great
Great story.
atmosphere. Yeah. Looking forward to that. Dutch, see, if you get an Ellie, this is a perfect Ellie game.
It's also a perfect Switch game.
Is it coming to the Switch, though?
Yeah, I think it's coming to everything. Yep.
But it's not Play Anywhere. See, that's
it
the
is
thing.
Play Anywhere. It's Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, but not on the Switch.
No, it's not. It's literally on every platform, though. Steam, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, PC, Xbox Series, Xbox Cloud, Xbox One, Xbox Play Anywhere, Xbox Game Pass. It is
Which is great,
everywhere.
but it's only Play Anywhere if you are playing it in the Xbox ecosystem.
Yep.
That's what I mean, you know?
I could do both.
You play it on the big screen on your Xbox, then you pick up your Ellie and you continue and you go back, and that's it. I'm going to sell you on the Xbox Ellie, man.
You don't have to. I'll get one just next year.
Your FOMO will
No, that's a lot of
way
money
too
for
big.
FOMO. That's a lot of money for
that's-
FOMO.
Told you. That's why I hold on off with the Switch 2. The Switch 2 is something you can get easily next year. You're only missing out on Mario Kart this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
So
bit
you
late.
can-
It's a bit late for that, Foxy. It's
I
a bit late for this
know.
beautiful giant
You
device.
show off. You should have thought listen to me. I told you that. Do it like I do. Hold off on the Switch 2. There's only Mario Kart this year. You're missing out. Get the Xbox Ellie. And then next year or the year after, when they release 3D Mario or the next Zelda.
But asterisks this year. I've added, thankfully, due to my great phone network, the Switch to my phone bill, so I don't have to pay for it in a big one-off.
See?
But the
So
Alley,
you
if I did that with
saved a
the
lot
Alley,
of money.
it would add
You
like
need-
£50 per
Saved
month.
a lot of money, and now you've extra income for the Alley.
Exactly.
We'll get you there, man.
Exactly.
We'll get you there. All right, let's continue with the show. Fallout 76 was next. Fishing DLC,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, continue with the show. Solo leveling, Arise was next. It's one of those Japanese hack and slash 4-player co-op games. Didn't do anything for me. Sorry.
Nope. Same.
Animo was next.
Yeah, a new
Also
Pokemon game.
26 title. The Pokemon, Pokemon-ish game.
Except you turn into the Pokemon.
Yeah, you turn into the Pokemon, and I can tell you that the Nintendo lawyers are already filing up their lawsuits.
Yeah. They're going to be looking at all of the things, what they look like and how they look like and everything in between. But we know that Pal World has already changed the way that it summons or does not summon the pals now. Where they just appear. You don't throw anything at them. So that's a bit... And on this one, at least you just turn into whatever you collect. Though I don't know how you collect them.
I don't know. Dan Heffron in the chat brings up a great point. How do you have a co-op adventure called Solo Leveling?
Yep.
I don't know. Didn't do anything for me either. I think at that point that the show fell a little off. Animo, I'm not a Pokemon fan. Didn't do anything for me. So then
I am
was
a
Tony
Pokemon fan.
Hawk.
It didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Then there was Tony Hawk 3 and 4. The launch trailer, a few
And the
statements
demo trailer.
from the man himself, you
Yeah.
know. Yeah, the demo is out today. I mean, you can never go wrong with Tony Hawk, right? So that's good, and I can't wait. July 11th. Big addict of Tony Hawk 1 and 2, so I'll be probably spending too much time in that game. But I do remember Tony Hawk 3 and 4 not being nearly as good as 1 and 2. So I do hope that the remake is going to turn out great.
Yep. Yeah, I hope it does. They've added a lot to it. Of course, they've got a lot of the old skaters back. They've got Bam Margera back in there. They've added Ninja Turtles into it. They've put new levels into it as well. So you've got new levels to play. So yeah, it'll be good. And of course, it's going straight onto Game Pass. So not one I have to think about spending money on.
Yeah. More money you can save for the alley.
Yeah.
Next
year.
you go.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Art Fate Ends. The creators of Spiritfarer.
That looked cool.
You thought?
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Good.
What
Good
do you
for
think?
you. I'm not really convinced. Spiritfarer. Not the biggest fan of that game. I mean, it was okay-ish. But there we are again at the point where do I have the time to settle for mediocrity? It's so maybe if I have really nothing else to play and I can't see a point in the future, the next 2 years, where I will be at that point where I say, hey, I have not a great game that I really want to play and haven't played yet. But if that point in time should come, maybe. Gears 1 Remaster was next, coming August 26th. There will be open betas, or not open betas, but betas for those who do pre-order it. What do you think of Gear 1? The remaster.
I already own the original, so I'll get the free update.
Yes, same here.
So, I mean, it is what it is.
It's also in Game Pass.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm looking forward to play through Gears 1 again. It's one of my all-time favorites. I really do enjoy the Gears trilogy, the original trilogy. I'm still at this train of thought where I say, well, man, we already got a remaster or remake of Gears 1. I would have preferred 2 or 3 to be there, right? We already have the Gears 1 Ultimate Edition.
I can understand why they have done it, though, and it's more for PlayStation's benefit than ours.
Yes, and PC, and I get it. Is it coming to the Switch, did they say?
No.
No, it's not coming to the Switch.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I'm looking forward to play through one of my all-time favorites again. But of course, it didn't set the world on fire for me. It looks fantastic, though. It is a fantastic game. So, Persona 4 Revival was next.
Yeah. Yes, I'm so glad this was a super short trailer.
Yes. I know people are super excited about the Persona IP and franchise, but like we said earlier, it's just the art style. I can't. It doesn't do anything for me. There's absolutely no interest in me playing that game. I love JRPGs. Give me a Octopath Traveler. Give me a Uden Chronicles. Give me all that good stuff. Final Fantasy. We'll get to that. You know, love those games. Persona, nah. Sea of Thieves was next. You're a big Sea of Thieves player, so
I was. Yeah, I was. It's just another seasonal update. I haven't been on the game and I can't even remember when last. It's been a year or two. At least. Maybe longer.
really,
Yeah.
okay.
I
But
just
you
it's,
fell off. You were such a big Sea of Thieves player.
Yeah, I mean I've already got legend status on the game, and when you've got to that point, everything after that becomes kind of just mundane. I would say it's a fantastic game. It's really good fun when you've got a crew of friends and you're sailing about and you're having fun and you're laughing around and things like that. But unless you've got a consistent crew of people that you sail with, there's not much going on there, and it takes up quite a bit of your hard drive space. So, so yeah, it got uninstalled. Every now and again, I'll install it again and sail for a bit, and then turn it off again. But like I say, I got to legend status, so I've done what needed to be done on that. I've leveled up all of the big factions. I've done all the quests, and now they add more and more and more, and that's good for them. So there's probably going to be things that I haven't done when I go back into the game, and I think that's the best way to play Sea of Thieves. Play it in chunks. You get bored of it, or not even bored. You just do what you need to do. There's going to be a substantial amount of time that you don't play the game, and then you go back to it after a while and catch up with all the additionals that they've added. And they've added some cool things onto it, so yeah, good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Invincible VS, Invincible Versus was next from Quarter Up Studio.
Yeah.
It's an action comic fighter brawler kind of game.
I thought it was going to be some form of actual action adventure, and then it turned into a fighting game, and then I just wasn't interested anymore.
Yeah, same here.
And I think a lot of people thought the same. There's a few people in
Yeah.
my chat as well that were like, "Oh yes, Invincible," and then they saw it was a fighter, and they were like, "Oh."
And I mean, the thing is, that's also a genre where you have these landmark games. You have the Mortal Kombats and so on, you know, and they all had their recent iterations. And I'm not sure if there's a market for such a game with such a art style. And yeah, didn't do much for me. Dutch, then the big announcement of Final Fantasy came. Final Fantasy VII Remake, finally coming to Xbox this winter. And Final Fantasy 16 actually available today.
Today, right now, right this second.
We said in the prediction show, we said if it's not going to be at this year's Xbox showcase, it's never going to come. And I'm glad it is. It was there and it is now coming.
Yep, we've only got 2 years to go until we get Rebirth.
Probably, yeah. So that's the thing about this. It's been so long. Final Fantasy VII Remake is now, I want to say 2019.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I already played it twice on PlayStation. You've played it on PlayStation and PC, right? Are you still going to get it though?
Yes.
Yeah, because you're a collector.
Yep.
I mean, it's on the other hand, it's been so long since I've played the remake, right? I could do another playthrough, and then this time on Xbox. So for me, it really depends on price. As a full price title, I'm not going to get it again.
I don't think Final Fantasy 7 is. I know 16 is because it's the full DLC, all the DLCs. So I think that's like 70 quid or something, 60, 70 quid. But that's got the DLC with it as well for 16. 7 integrate, I think that'll be 50.
Then it's a maybe for me.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's an older game.
If I feel the
DLC
itch to
that
play
came
it
with
again,
Integrate was like next to nothing.
Yeah.
It was like Yuffie's expansion.
Yeah, that was like next to nothing.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I really do enjoy the Final Fantasy VII remake. I really do. I think it is one of the best Final Fantasies out there, period. Remake is fantastic. Loved it. But I already do own it. Played it. And same goes for 16. I really enjoyed 16. The story in Final Fantasy 16 was fantastic. But I only played that a year ago or so.
Yeah.
Like 1.5 years ago. So yeah, it's great that it's on Xbox. They shouldn't have been exclusive for PlayStation or PC respectively for so long. They shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But now I do own them. They are, especially Final Fantasy VII Remake is quote unquote an old game. You know what I mean? That I already do own. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get it again. And then
I'll
have
get
it on the
remake
chest.
and I'll get 16.
Yeah, you're a collector.
Yeah.
You own every Final Fantasy on every platform. See, you could save that money and just get an Ellie. Then you can play it on the Ellie because you do already own it there. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I mean, I'm getting
then
nothing
have
this
fun.
month, but yeah, next month I'll get 16, and obviously whenever 7 remake integrate drops in the winter, whatever that is, I'll pick that up.
Yeah.
I'm surprised 16 isn't going to Switch though.
Why do you think that is? Is it still power?
Nah, I don't think it's... The Switch is clearly powerful enough to do remake integrate. And it's not too much of a difference. Like, this is... 16's a significant... Like, they're both linear.
They're both linear with pretty big open areas. 16 is heavily focusing on particle effects and so on, even more so than remake. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean
I mean,
if they
it's
can get,
already on PC, right?
My thing will always be, if CDPR can get Cyberpunk to run on the Switch, then Final Fantasy 16 can run on the Switch.
Not every developer is as skilled as CDPR.
You would hope Square Enix should be by now.
By the way, Cyberpunk runs even more beautiful than on the Switch 2 on the Ellie.
I know, but it does
You
look
do
fantastic
already
on
own
the
it
Switch
there.
too. It does look fantastic on the Switch too, though.
Everything looks great on smaller screens. But if you play Cyberpunk on, I do have the Ellie, the original Ellie.
I
and
did
it
test
went-
Witcher 3 out on the Switch too.
How did it look?
It looked great because I was able to turn off a lot of the dodgy settings that try to make it look great, like chromatic aberration and motion blur and.
You can do that on the original Switch too.
Yeah, but it looks terrible and it runs like crap. It doesn't on this one. The performance is significantly better. It looks better.
Man, after the Witcher 4 reveal, I booted up Witcher 3 again. They each got me, and I've played a shitload on the Ellie now. It looks fantastic on high settings with ray tracing, running at consistent 55 to 60 FPS, which do look phenomenal with VRR on the 120 Hertz screen. That's the way how you play it on a handheld, man.
Yep. Yep. But
anyway,
that said, yeah, I think Switch 2 could easily run 16.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure.
could be. Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah. Dan Heffron in the chat asks, as someone who loves Claire obscure Western turn-based RPGs and Souls styles, but doesn't like most JRPGs, what would more likely be for me, Final Fantasy 16 or the remake?
Neither. Neither. None of them
are Souls-like,
and none of
them are turn-based.
None of them are the ATB turn-based, which is what we. There's a reason why people. It's a reason,
probably remake. Remake has the ATB system mixed into the real-time combat. Kind of, yeah.
But at the same time,
Final
still
Fantasy
no.
16.
There's a reason why we all were like, oh, Claire Obscura is doing something that we didn't think AAA devs would do, and they're bringing back the actual active time battle turn-based RPG that you've seen in old school Final Fantasy or Pokemon or stuff like that, where you kind of, it's your turn, their turn, your turn, their turn, your turn, their turn, that kind of backwards and forwards. But they've added a little spice to it, which is kind of being active within it to do your blocking or doing extra damages or stuff like that. Yeah, none of them are really directly like it, because they're both 7 Remake and 16 are more action RPGs now, where you're kind of doing all of the attacks yourself, and there's no real to and fro.
I would go with Final Fantasy VII Remake, though.
Yeah, but Rebirth goes more to the 16.
Yeah. Yeah, agree. So, okay, Dutch, next up, the reveal of the next Double Fine game.
Yes, very intriguing.
Keeper, yeah. It's very colorful, beautiful art style, with a walking lighthouse as a character. You're playing a walking lighthouse.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. It's a game, I've read a little bit about it afterwards. It is a game without words. So it is all visual storytelling.
Oh, that sounds intriguing. I mean,
it's a puzzle game.
Yes. But I gotta be completely honest here. If that game would have been shown off like that, and it didn't have the name Double Fine to it, I would be less intrigued.
Yep. 100%.
I would just assume it's a beautiful art style for an indie studio, and that's it. It's not like I can honestly say I'm like super excited, this is going to be it, but Double Fine usually doesn't disappoint. So I give them the benefit of a doubt that this is going to be a real fun game, something unique, what you would expect from a Double Fine game, right?
Yeah.
But it's also not like I'm super crazy about it.
Yeah, same. But we have the glory of Game Pass to try this game out.
Yes.
And with it being more of an action-y, well, not even an action adventure, just a puzzle adventure game, a storytelling kind of game. I mean, I'll play all the way through it.
Absolutely.
Bound to be a beautiful game, and you don't have to worry about fighting enemies or anything like that. And it's more just about the mystery.
Or a calming game, you know.
And it's coming out this
Chill
year.
game. Yes, October 17th. Another October game, man. October.
And it's
is
also just
stacked.
Xbox and PC.
Yep, it is. It is. But now we have like Keeper on October 17th, right?
Yeah.
Then we have Outer Worlds 2 on October 29th. We have Ninja Gaiden at October 21st, and Call of Duty is probably also going to be an October game or early November, putting it in the same like 2-3 weeks. This is going to be a crazy time period for Game Pass, right?
Yeah. Busy.
Absolutely. So yeah, man. Looking forward to learn more about that game. It has a beautiful visual art style, like very colorful, very unique setting. Looks great. Then Phil Spencer came on stage and did the usual blah blah, and then Phil dropped something, Dutch.
Yep.
We all know next year is the 25th anniversary of Xbox, and he mentioned that gamers will be able to celebrate that with Gears E-Day, Fable. We already knew that this is a 26th title, right? A new Forza.
You would
He
imagine
didn't
that's
mention whether
Horizon.
I'd assume so. I'd assume so.
I would hope so.
Since I would also hope so. Agree. But I wouldn't rule out motorsport. I mean,
I hope
26 is 3 years since motorsport.
But it's been
7,
what,
right?
4 or 5 years since Horizon?
26. When was Horizon? Was 21. So it's 5 years for Horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas it's been 2 years since Motorsport.
It's been this year 2 years.
Yeah.
Motorsport was 23. 26 would make it 3 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I hope it's Horizon. I don't want a
I
new
hope so
Motorsport
too.
yet.
Yeah. And he also teased a classic that's been there from the beginning.
Halo CE remastered.
Most likely, because I doubt it's gonna be a new Halo. Right?
Yeah, I don't think it will. I don't think the new Halo's ready yet. I think it'll be the remake of Halo 1 or CE.
I mean, this is the most likely scenario that he was referring to that, right?
Yeah.
Then I would also want to suggest that Perfect Dark has also been there from the beginning.
Yeah. But Halo launched the console, so that makes more sense.
I agree because Perfect Dark isn't a
Isn't a stable franchise at that point.
Yes, and they wouldn't like attach the Perfect Dark to Xbox, right? Since it's originally launched on the N64 as an exclusive there, it kind of makes sense that it's Halo.
Yeah.
Just wanted to put it out there for the sake of argument. So yeah, I'd assume also that it's the long rumored Halo Combat Evolved remake, another remake. And I'm saying that with a slightly negative undertone because, first of all, I always thought the Combat Evolved remake of the remake is one of those rumors that are out there, that like the Gears collection, which is probably never going to come, right? But we have had it for years out there, that it's a thing. So yeah. Would I like to have Halo Combat Evolved remade in Unreal Engine 5, looking drop that gorgeous? I'd play that in a heartbeat, obviously. But actually, what I really would like is just a proper new Halo. Infinite, it has been a 21 game, right? Making it a 26 game is 5 years, which is for me an okay time frame in between two Halo games. So I'd rather have that. But definitely, he teased something. We know now Gears E-Day is a 26 title. We know Fable. We already knew that. We know that we are getting a new Forza. And most likely a Halo. Something Halo. Which kind of makes sense. Those are the 4 stable IPs from Xbox, right? Gears, Forza, Halo, and Fable. They took a break from Fable for a long time, but it is one of those were back in the days their powerhouse IPs, and it would make sense for them to celebrate the 25th anniversary with those stable IPs. Interesting enough, though, none of them have been at the showcase, right?
Yep. Which means developer direct in January.
Yeah, we knew that Fable
Forza won't be announced until June.
Yeah.
As will Halo.
Yes. Both Halo and Fable and probably Gears then will be at the developer direct in January.
Yeah, Fable and Gears are developer direct, and some bonus games that we're not aware of.
Yes. I mean, I still wonder where is Perfect Dark. We have seen a pretty lengthy gameplay segment last year.
But they did. But
right?
he finished
it was 7-8 minutes continued gameplay.
Yeah, but he finished off last year. He finished off with the sentence, still in development, and as it progresses, we'll talk about it a little bit more. So I've got a feeling that's a little way off yet.
Yeah, but since they have shown continued gameplay, and this is usually not done with games that are so far off. It's, Fable got shown in 2022, I want to say, for the first time. Was it 23? Where they said, well, there was gameplay in there, but you could know this is an edited thing, an in-engine edited thing.
Yeah.
You do something like that with games that are 2 years, 3 years out. Uninterrupted gameplay for 5, 6, 7 minutes is usually not shown with games that are 3 years out. So I would still place Perfect Dark as a 26 title.
27.
I wonder why it hasn't been at the showcase. Honestly.
27. Along with Clockwork Revolution, along with State of Decay, and Everwild is still...
State of Decay is also a very big surprise that it wasn't there. Honestly, after them
Everwild,
teasing...
after they said they'd be talking about the game this year.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and State of Decay has been teasing heavily a couple of days ago with cryptic screenshots being posted on the official channels and so on. And then it's a no-show. I mean, 27 is most likely the start of next gen, and you want to keep a couple of bangers for 27, right?
Yeah.
Perfect Dark, State of Decay,
New Halo.
Although I'm not sure if State of Decay will be considered.
No, New Halo will be though.
A new Halo will be though, yeah. But yeah, again, 24, they've shown 6-7 minutes of continued gameplay, and then they release it in 27, 3 years later. It doesn't sound realistic to me, man. Anyway, Black Ops 7 rounded the show off. Dutch. Call of Duty. It was the one more thing.
Yeah.
And when it started, when the trailer started, I thought, oh, that could be something cool, interesting. They had the guy, I can't remember the actor's name. You know, I know him from, my wife forced me to watch Gilmore Girls, and he was Chess in Gilmore Girls. Anyway, that guy in there, it looked like, oh, what's that? Super interesting. And then it's just Call of Duty, right?
Yeah.
Without a date, without any, hey, we've got more to show in a dedicated stream in like 4 weeks or whatnot. It was just your standard announcement for Call of Duty then. That ended the show. Yeah.
Yep.
I
was quite. I mean, it kind of pulled a fast one because it started off looking like a new horror, which everyone was thinking, "Oh, is this the Kojima game?" No.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought about, ooh, that could be Kojima.
Yeah. No. No, it was not. It was
Call of Duty. Obviously, we could have known that it was Call of Duty because Call of Duty wasn't at the show the entire time. But at the moment, I didn't think of that when I've seen it. But yeah, so Call of Duty finished up the show. Black Ops 7. Yeah, it's got to be another Call of Duty. Yeah. Those who will enjoy Call of Duty are going to play it. Those who don't will not play it. So there's really not much to talk about Call of Duty. But that ended the show. And then they dived straight into the developer direct with Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2. And we've already talked about those two games. So Dutch, I want to bring up the point again. Dan Heffron in the chat also says he thinks Everwild will not see the light of day. Like you said, they said we will see Everwild this year. They literally posted that a few days before New Year's, right? State of Decay posted last week a bunch of cryptic screenshots on their Facebook pages and so on. It wasn't there. Contraband, no show, not even a mention.
Yeah.
Fable, Gears E-Day, and Forza at least got mentioned as a 26 title. We just talked about Perfect Dark, wasn't there? State of Decay 3 is one of my most anticipated Xbox games. It's a no-show after them showing it off in a great way last year, right?
Yeah.
No Elder Scrolls 6. No ZeniMax online game. Nothing about the new Starfield DLC. Machine Games, we both had that as a no. A couple of people have been speculating, will we see Wolfenstein? But with them just releasing Indiana Jones, we were on the same page that this might not be there. So yeah, outside of Clockwork Revolution, they didn't show any of the heavyweight first-party stuff, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
No idea. They think we've already got a lot coming up, so we're not really in a requirement to keep showing things all the time. Although a nice update on these longer ones like Contraband or Everwild or State of Decay would have been favorable.
I mean, State of Decay at least was there last year, but Contraband and Everwild. Everwild has been shown in 2019.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
It's like 6
even
years
Forza
ago.
Horizon, though, to me, even Forza Horizon still is just very weird. This is like the longest we've been without a Forza Horizon.
By far.
And I get they've just launched it on PlayStation 5, but that's kind of irrelevant.
Yes, I agree. And if it's not, I mean, Forza, they usually show that off in the showcase in June and then release it 3 months later.
Yeah.
But, and since it's not a 26 game, I could see, okay, but that not everything is in there. Blade was also not in there. We talked about that. We had it both down as a yes
in
our prediction show. Yeah. None of the heavyweights is kind of weird. I mean, I get that the fact that this year is super stacked for Xbox. I mean, just look at the first half of the year when they shadow dropped Ninja Gaiden 2. Granted, not a first party game, but then they had Avowed, South of Midnight, right? They just released Doom. They shadow dropped Oblivion, and so on. And then you look at the second half now with Keeper coming and with Outer Worlds 2 coming and Call of Duty coming, and it's a very full 25.
Yeah.
I could see that they had the line of thinking, hey, do we really need to show off Perfect Dark again and remind everyone of how great it looks? Fable. We've shown off Fable 3 consecutive years in 22, 23, and 24. Yeah, the next time we show it at the Developer Direct in January and then release it 3 months later or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to show Gears E-Day again without gameplay and then just get destroyed online if it doesn't look as good as we've shown it in 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same goes for State of Decay 3. Yeah. Do we need to show that if it's not a 26 title? Everwild. Who knows if that game will ever see the light of day?
Yeah.
Right. Elder Scrolls 6 is probably just not ready to be shown. Blade also. Yeah. We have a great 25. Let's not show anything. And next year we announce the next gen console. We celebrate with Fable and Gears and Halo and Forza the 25th anniversary, and then announce the next gen. And then we show off all those games running on next gen hardware. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that train
Yep.
of thought.
I mean, saving everything for the anniversary year.
So yeah, to round things up about this Xbox showcase, it wasn't a bad showcase per se.
Yeah, it was
But
average.
when you tune into an Xbox showcase after showcases like they had in 23 and 24, where they simply brought the heavyweights to the table and surprised us with a bunch of good stuff and some amazing looking games. This one feels a little underwhelming. Not to say that there weren't great games, but the really good games in this showcase, outside of Outer Worlds 2 and Clockwork. Clockwork was the one that really stood out in this because we've seen Outer Worlds so many times and it comes out in October, right? In 4 months. Other than that, the really good stuff wasn't from Xbox first party. Resonance, Blood of Dawn, Walker, those kind of games, they were not first party. And from first party perspective, it was a little underwhelming with it being Clockwork and Keeper, right? So not a bad showcase, but also not like one for the ages. Definitely not. Yeah. So we've had a poll running in the chat the entire podcast. How would you rate the Xbox Showcase? Only 5% voted a 10 out of 10, 30% said 9 out of 10, and 38% said 8 out of 10, and 27 said it's a 7 or lower. Where would, I'm going to just close the poll now in the chat, but where would you rate this show?
Probably in the 7-ish mark. If I was grading it A to, the alphabet grading, it would be a C. It was okay. The only, as I mentioned before, it's when you have super strong shows like you did last year and the year before, and even the year before that, which was pretty strong. They set themselves a really high bar to achieve.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can't do it every year because you're going to run out of stuff to show eventually. But the problem with Microsoft is that we know we know for a fact they've got other games that they could have shown and they didn't update us on. So it kind of just left a little bit of a sour taste in people's mouths, I think, because everyone's like, well, what's going on with the Halo? What's going on with Forza? What's going on with Everwild? What's going on with State of Decay? What's going on with Contraband? What's going on with... There's so many what's going on with where they've been going on for so long. I'm glad we eventually seen Double Fine's game to see what they're working on, whether or not that's just one of their little projects. And they've got something else going at the same time, or whether or not that's their main project, we don't know. We didn't see ZeniMax Online's new game. So there's so many. There's at least 10 to a dozen games that we're kind of waiting on updates for.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you
Project
can't
Mara from Ninja Theory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can't win every year. You can't. That said, it was still the better of the shows this year, and that's not saying much.
Yeah. I mean, after the State of Play and arguably even Summer Games Fest, they didn't set the bar really high. Yeah. So in terms of winning, it was probably still the best show, but overall it felt a little underwhelming compared to the last years. And if they would have just given us 2 or 3 updates on their more heavyweight kind of games, other than Clockwork, it would have made a very different impression. Yeah. So I'm similar with you. I would also rate it probably somewhere in between a 7 and an 8, somewhere in that ballpark. There were good games shown that I'm looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to the vast majority. There's a few that I'm not bothered about, but they're all great games, don't get us wrong. And each one of them has an audience, but there was only 1 or 2 that would set the world on fire, Clockwork being one of them.
Yeah.
But
and you kind of watch these showcases with the expectation that there are like a handful of games where you just say, wow, that's the big banger we are looking forward to. And other than Clockwork, from a first-party perspective, there was nothing in there that did set exactly that expectation. So, yeah, Dutch. The handheld was great, though.
Yes.
So
it was more, you know what it is? It isn't specifically the handheld as it is the looking to see how they're implementing the UI.
Yes. True that. That is really the interesting thing. And I expect totally to learn a lot more about the handheld, the overlay, as well as a lot of those games in the next few days.
Yeah.
Usually they have the Xbox Extended Showcase. They decided not to do that, but they already said that they will post certain podcasts on the official channel to give us a bit more insight in some of the stuff shown and not shown. And so I expect totally to learn more about everything in the next few days, when also some of the media sites will do their yearly interviews with Phil and Sarah and everything. So we'll probably get a lot of more updates, and that's why I'm looking forward to our next regular podcast this Thursday, because then
We'll have some
be
updates
able to
then,
talk about all the aftermath. Exactly. All right, Dutch, that brings us to an end. Anything you want to say about the showcase to close out the show?
No, I think we've covered it quite well, to be fair. Like I say, it was pretty average. I would say going into this showcase, though, for strangely enough, I didn't have the biggest of expectations. I wasn't as hyped this year as I was last, and I don't know why that is. And having come out of watching this showcase, I'm in exactly the same position. I'm like, okay, that was cool. But I'm still not like ultra hyped for what I've seen.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Probably in a similar position. Don't know whether it's all the games that we have been able to play
Spoiled
this
with, yeah.
year
Spoiled.
already. That whilst playing tons of great first-party games from Xbox, yeah, like just recently, the other day, I finished Doom. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I finished Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages, I mean,
Yeah.
and so on. And maybe since during last year's pre-showcase season, we didn't have that many first-party games to play. Maybe you were just more excited. So, oh, I want to see what I can play next. Yeah. Now we are in this position. We're getting so many games, and maybe that's why you're not so hyped for showcase. I
Yeah.
don't know what it is. I feel the same. It's still a good show, though. Gaming is in a great place, no doubt. This year is amazing for video games. And we've seen tons of stuff. October is gonna be a crazy month, with Outer Worlds and Ninja Gaiden and Keeper and so on. So yeah, it was fun watching. Still would have preferred to have 2 or 3 more heavyweights from the first party studios.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. All right, Dutch. With that, let's round this show up. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who tuned in here today. We really appreciate you guys hanging out with us and discussing the Xbox Showcase with us, because we know that there are a lot of parallel programs running right now that you could have also joined. But the fact that you decided to tune in here means truly a lot. So thank you for that. We will be back this Thursday again, covering all the aftermath and everything that we will find out about all the stuff announced. Dutch, before we let everyone out, let everyone know where they can find you, man.
Yes, you can find me over on WandrinDutch or WandringDutch X on Twitter. I'm not as active on Twitter these days, to be fair. But you can find me here. Of course, I covered the live stream of the Xbox Showcase and then straight into the post-show with Boxy. Still in the same place, haven't stopped. So it's been a 4-hour something stream. And again, we'll be back on Thursday for a dual podcast again, Midweek Mix-Up and the World of Gaming, to cover all of the aftermath.
Absolutely.
So we'll catch up on all the different videos and vlogs and things that we've seen about the games or the handheld, etc. See what else we learn, and then we can go from there and tell you a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks, guys, again for tuning in. It's been a blast as always. Like we said, we'll be back this Thursday. Until then, I'm probably going to rewatch the showcase one more, at least the highlights. And then, of course, play some games. Hope you do enjoy your week. We'll see you on Thursday, and don't forget to game on.
Got my number figured out. A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, if I lose the fight, I still rage against the night. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free,